Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toyia. I am streaming on both platforms, YouTube and TikTok. YouTube, you can write your questions in the chat. TikTok, 10K, the easy way. You get to come up and we get to talk about your journey and your desires and your manifestation. You can also talk about it in the chat on YouTube as well. This book that has manipulated many, but is really a manual to living heaven here on earth. That is the purpose of this book. It is a manifestation manual. This Holios Biblios, the book of books, the Sun book, reminding you it's all about you. Because what does the script say? The script says, you are the light of the world. So that book is about the light that shines so bright within you. And so, in order to manifest your desires, all you have to do is write the vision. You can physically write it down or you can mentally. I prefer mentally to do it. Mentally, write it on your heart. That your tablet is your heart. When it's telling you to write it down, it's telling you to impress it upon your subconscious mind, which is the heart of the matter. Write it down, embody it, embrace it, be it now. You don't have to wait. You don't have to try to figure it out. You just have to what? Claim it. Claim it as your reality. Claim it as the thing that you want to experience. Manifestation, how to manifest. You don't need to know how to manifest. You just need to know what to manifest. You need to learn how to train your mind. Because you're always manifesting. Manifesting is just thoughts made visible. You're always thinking. Thus, you're always creating. You're always manifesting. Why do we say that the mind is the creator? Why do we call the mind God? Because the word does. Not because the word does. We told the word what to say. Because we realized through application, through proving this law, that thoughts are things. That what you think about, you bring about. That you are the operant power. You are the producer. Hello, welcome. So again, I am streaming on TikTok and on YouTube. On YouTube, write your questions in the chat, as well as on TikTok. Make sure to share and like the live, comment, double tap the screen on TikTok. We get to 10K the easy way. You get to come up on the panel and you can talk about your journey. You can talk about your manifestation, success stories, ask questions, talk about how you deconstructed from Christianity if you so desire. Because to deconstruct is to reconstruct, to tear down, to build up. As the script says in Romans 12:2, you cannot be conformed to this world, but what you have to be transformed by how? The renewing of your mind. Don't nothing change outside until it changes within. You want circumstances to change, then you must change. That's the only way circumstances shift. You have to shift your mind. Hello, welcome. From within. I know we want circumstances to change and we want to remain the same. Well, guess what? That's not how it happens. You cannot think that anything out there is going to change if within here stays the same. It's within, so without. The without is your world, your 3D, your screen of space. It is always reflecting back to you. You project outward. The outer has no power. It's the world of effects. You affect life with your thoughts, with your beliefs, with your intentions, with your decisions. So decide what you want in life, write the vision, which means just command reality, make a choice. And this is how you prove this law. You do nothing to make it so. You just be. Just be. Hey, Key, welcome. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, I'll be delusional. You know what's delusional? You want to know what's delusional? To keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. That's crazy. To keep thinking the same way, to keep thinking that somebody coming to save you, to keep thinking that you can change the world by begging and pleading and being on your knees and crying out to a invisible creature. to thinking that something gonna come save you. That's delusional. That's delusional. That's crazy. Because I've been there, done that. I tried that. I found that lacking. But hey, you could be crazy because in the world of imagination, you get to be crazy. You get to show up however you want. It's your world. You get to write the vision. And if you want to be crazy and you want to beg and plead to a being outside of you that does not exist, you get to do that. Because what I do know to be true, that the script says everything is done unto you as you believe. So if you believe that a thing can happen, regardless of who you think the answer is coming from, oh, it'll happen. And so you can give credit to Jesus, you can give credit to Buddha, you can give credit to Krishna, you can give credit to Yahweh, to Yeshua, you can give credit to whoever. You can give credit to the angel, you can give credit to the devil. It does not matter. The only condition to realizing anything in your life is belief. To accept a thing is true and persist in that acceptance. And then what? It becomes your reality. It becomes something you get to experience. That's how it works. Yeah, Chi-Town. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, A-Town? Hello, Marcinda. Welcome. Hello, I am, I have. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you? Hey, 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 Keisha. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Monty J. What's up? What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And so the rules on this panel, on this platform, on TikTok, 10K the easy way, you get to come up, double tap the screen. We don't debate on this live. I'm not here to argue your beliefs. If you believe a thing, you get to keep it. I'm not here trying to convince, convert, or proselytize. This is Burger King. You get to have it your way. It's Burger King. You get to have it your way. Whatever you say, you get to keep it. You get to keep whatever you believe. Nobody wants to take anything from you. I'm not trying to wrestle your belief with you. I'm not your enemy. Your enemy is your inner me. Stop doubting, start believing, and then you'll see change happen in your reality. You don't have to beg, plead, bargain with life. You just have to command it. The world is literally at your command and it will do whatever you say. It is your genie in the bottle, but you do have to rub it the right way. And how do you rub your genie the right way? Faith. You gotta have faith. You gotta have faith, faith, faith. I gotta have faith. I say you gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. I gotta have faith, the faith, the faith. Baby. So you gotta have faith. Because without faith, it is impossible to please him before, because he that comes to God, you got to know who God is. But no, actually, you don't know how to know who God is. You just got to know the principle of life. You just got to know how to work the law. You can think God is a sky daddy. It doesn't matter. You can think that God is some being that you know outside of you. You get to do that. The script says, therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, just believe you received it and you shall have it. You can give the credit to anything. That's creating an idol if you give it to something outside of you. But guess what? You get to do that. You get to worship the golden calf. You get to worship things you've created with your hands. You most certainly do get to do that. Because in this world of imagination, it doesn't matter. Nothing has meaning unless you say it does. That's the beauty of this dream. That's the magic of this life, is that nothing has meaning other than you say it does. That there actually are no rules to life. And A-Town, I know you was asking me, who do I listen to? Who do I read? You know, I had read The Game of Life, or listened to The Game of Life when I first started on my journey of manifestation. And I listened to Florence Scovel Shinn yesterday and the day before. I did post a quote that she had given in her book. And, you know, it's interesting. She talked about the karmic debt, the karmic law. But as you continue to listen to her, because I was questioning that teaching that she brought up about karmic debt, about karmic law, because I'm like, that's not true. There's only one law, and the law is belief. And then she came and she said, yes. As you continue to listen to her audio, or you continue to read her book, she does let you know that the law of grace supersedes the law of karma which is sin and death, because grace is the law of belief. And that's the only law. When you don't understand the law of belief, you are what? You are obedient to the law of sin and death. That's the price to pay. That's the sowing and the reaping. You reap what you sow. But in the law of belief, you get to what? Repent. You get to revise. You get to forgive, which means you get to change any situation. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to pay the price for a misstep, for a mishap. You can what? Think again. I don't know nothing what you're talking about. No, I'm only talking about manifesting. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people doing negative things. So you know why negative things happen? Because it's in the mind of man. And you know why negative things happen to certain people? Because they believe it can. If you stop believing in two powers and operated from love, you wouldn't have to worry about none of these things you guys are talking about over here on YouTube. If you just decided to walk in love, you'd be covered. If you don't walk in doubt, fear, and negativity, and walk in love, you don't have to worry about a thing. You don't have to worry about a thing. Hey, divination. Hello. But to me, I don't see an atheist being different from what we're talking about. Here's the thing. Everybody is saying the same thing, whether you're religious, spiritual, or an atheist. We're all talking about the same thing. The atheists would like to deem themselves as scientific, right? They say that they're all is energy. Well, so does the Bible talks about all is energy, but it calls it God. And so does the spiritual. The spiritualists, they're talking about energy too. They call it source. We're all saying the same thing. We're just giving it a different name, right? We say that energy was never created, thus can never be destroyed. It's the same thing we say about God. It has no beginning and has no end. That it is eternal. It is infinite. And it can never go away. Well, that's the same thing we say about energy. It cannot be destroyed. It is what? Only transmuted or transformed. We're talking about the same thing. We're just giving it a different name. The thing is, it's not what you call it. It's what? How do you work it? See, people want to be right instead of trying to figure out what works. Stop trying to debate about what's right and find out what works. How can this law benefit you? How do you understand how to make life work for you? At the end of the day, that's all that matters. Are you living your best life? Are you living your best life? And understanding that this manual, this book, this blueprint is telling you just how to do that. It's telling you what happens when you think negatively, and it's telling you what happens when you think positively. It's telling you when you operate in error and when you operate in truth. The error is when you operate in doubt, fear, negativity, believing in two powers, believing that there is a source for evil, not understanding there's only a source for good, that God doesn't look to punish anyone. Punishment comes from you. You're the only judge and you're the only jury in your reality. Everything happens to you as you believe. Is what you accept to be true will be true for you. Oh, all right. Go Bears, yes. Hey, Sunflower. So double tap the screen. 10K the easy way on TikTok. Ask your questions over here on YouTube. TikTok is Prosperous Living with _T. I am streaming on both platforms. And YouTube is Prosperous Living with Toyia. And so manifesting, all you have to do is write the vision. Write the vision. So you have to go within your own mind and live from your own mind. You have to stop being dictated by the world. The world has all kind of stuff going on, and you're going to have to choose this day who you're going to serve. What reality are you going to bend your life to? Or do you want life to bend towards you, right? Because actually you bend life towards you, not the life bends. You're right. So you're bending life. You're commanding life. You're telling life how to show up by what you give your attention to. So if you want to give your attention to the horrors, the traumas, and the negativity of the world, you're going to continue to see that in your reality. But if you can decide to give your mind, your attention, your focus to peace, joy, harmony, goodwill, compassion, love, that's what you'll see. Interesting. I disagree, 737, but hey, it's your reality. So if you're thinking you're being recruited by darkness, then hey, I guess you better try to figure out how not to sign up. If you truly understood what ruled this plane, you understand it will be your mind. Your mind rules your reality. But as long as you think it's something outside of you controlling you, then guess what? You will be controlled by something outside of you. That's how it works. This is your story. Whatever you write, that's what it will be. That's what we really have to understand. Is what we say about life is true. Is what we say about life is true. It will be true, and you will get confirmation for your beliefs always. You will always get confirmation of your belief system. Always. It's your world. Exactly. The world is at your command. Grand Rising. And so since this is your story, what are you writing? You are the author, the producer, the editor, the director, as well as the star in this movie, in this game of life, on this stage, right? You are it. And everything else is what? Moving to the beat of your drum. You just have to know that and then prove it to yourself. Do people actually respond to me, or am I responding to people? That's the choice you have to make. Am I commanding reality, or am I being reactive to reality? See, being reactive is playing the devil, because the devil is not a creator. The devil is the deceiver, is the doubter. But when you are the creator, you affect life. You are active. You're not moved by appearances and circumstances. That's what the script tells you. You walk by faith and not by sight. And so you have to decide, you always have a choice. You always have a choice. Choose this day. What story are you writing? The Law of Assumption is taught by Neville Goddard. He used this manual, this manifestation manual, as well as Florence Scovel Shinn, as well as Reverend Ike, as well as Bill Donahue or William Donahue, as well as Emmett Fox, as well as Ernest Holmes, as well as a slew of metaphysicians. And you don't have to use the script. It's not necessary. But it is necessary that you understand the law of mind. The law of mind says that whatever you accept to be true will be true for you. It says that your faith makes you whole, that it is done unto you as you believe. It says in John 1, in the beginning was the Word. What's the beginning? The Word, your intention, your idea, your thought. That's the beginning. And that was with God. And not only was it with God, it is God. And it's God that becomes what? An expression. It becomes form. It takes on flesh, which means it becomes an experience. So everything you experience in your world, you first thought about it. Are you paying attention to the thoughts you think? Probably not, which is why you keep getting the things that you're getting. That's why things keep happening in your reality, because you're not aware of your thoughts. You're not aware of your beliefs. You're not aware of your intentions. That's the whole point of recognition, of awakening, of enlightenment, of remembering who you are, is to master the mind, to recognize you are the operant power and you actually can tell your mind what to think. You can tell yourself how to feel. You actually make a decision. You actually get to choose. Choose this day who you're going to serve. Who are you going to serve? A lot of people like to serve good and evil. They like to believe, they like to continue to operate in duality. The whole purpose of remembering is to transcend duality. It's to understand there's only one. There's not two. Even when we talk about masculine and feminine, that's the two aspects of the one mind. It's still only one mind, just two aspects of it. Right? Consciousness cannot be divided. All is one. Masculine is feminine. Feminine is masculine. They're not different. They're two aspects of the one. It's just so we can explain creation. That's how we decided to explain creation. You have to have the masculine and the feminine. But that's the two operating as one. It's a union. You can't have one without the other. They go together. They go together. Like, I'm married to you. They stuck like glue. They like white on rice. Cannot be separated. You know, white on rice, you know how people say it's like white on rice. You can't separate it. It cannot be divided. Hey, Deniza. Oh, I'm glad to have you here as well. Welcome. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Glad to have everyone on YouTube as well as on TikTok. Double tap the screen. Share the live, like the lives. And so what story are you telling? That is the question. What story are you telling? That's what Habakkuk 2:2 says. Write the vision. Make it plain. All right? Though the vision may tarry, you have to wait. Wait means to persist. It doesn't mean to complain and doubt. Wait means to persist in the belief and knowing. Because when it comes, it's never late. It always comes on time. Consciousness, the divinity, the divine is never late. God is never late. It's always on time. Always. It will do exactly what you say, though. That's what you have to understand. Consciousness is at your leisure. It is at your command. It is doing exactly what you tell it to do. So if you say there must be a delay, it says you're right. It must be a delay. If you say that there must be a sacrifice, you're right. There must be a sacrifice. If you say that there has to be a test and a trial, you're right. There has to be a test and a trial. It's whatever you say. I just think about the ministry of the Christ, though. When he asked those people what did they want, he didn't give them no type of condition other than, do you believe I can do it? That was the only condition. He didn't say they had to go tithe. He didn't even say they had to go forgive, repent. He actually just gave them exactly what they wanted. Because repentance, when you ask for something, and then the question is, well, do you believe I can do it? And you say yes. Well, that's right there. Repentance in expression. Because repentance just means to have a radical change of mind, a shift in belief. That's it. So when you ask for something and they say, well, do you think I could do it? What do you think I can make this happen? And you say yes, that's the repentance right there. That's forgiveness right there. Because forgiveness is about forgetting the old state. Repentance is about changing the mind to embody the new state, right? Repentance and forgiveness go hand in hand. They're not separate. They're actually one and the same too, right? So the moment you ask, it's answered. There is nothing you have to do. You don't have to get ready. You don't have to go fix something first. You don't have to figure it out. You don't have to go on no healing journey. You don't have to do no inner work. You don't have to do no shadow work. You only have to believe that it's possible. That's your only condition. Now, if you think you got to go on a healing journey, then you will have to go on a healing journey. No one's saying it's wrong. No one's saying that's wrong. It's saying it's not necessary. But if you think it's necessary, then it is. Because if you think you're not already whole, then you're not. If you think there's something wrong with you, then guess what? There is. It's just that simple. It's whatever you say it is, because you're God. And if you operate from the God mind, you operate from the Christ mind, why would you ever think there's something wrong with you? You really think God is imperfect? That God lacks something? And you're made in the image and likeness of that. You're the expression of the divine, and you're saying that there's something wrong with the divine, because every time you're saying there's something wrong with you, you're saying that God is imperfect. You're basically calling yourself imperfect every time you're saying there's something wrong with you. You're whole and complete and you lack nothing. But we keep telling ourselves, no, it has to be more than this. No, it has to be more than this, because that's the reasoning mind. You have to tell that mind, that old state, to settle down. There's nothing to do, there's only to be. But we've been conditioned to do, right? As we always say, we're spiritual beings having a human experience, but we could call ourselves human beings, which means we're not human doings. We're not spiritual doings. We're beings, which means there's nothing to do, there's only to be. Anything you do should be for the simple joy of it, because that's how you want to express your beauty, your uniqueness, your identity, your essence. That's the whole point of doing, to express that you are a creator. Because remember, your doing follows your being. So you never have to worry about what to do. Just know to be. Be still. Be love. Be joy. Be kind. Be compassionate. Be generous. Be receptive. Learn how to receive the good. It's not only about giving, it's also about receiving. Being able to receive the good without being skeptical, without being a cynic, without thinking somebody's trying to get over on you and trying to get something from you. Almost a Christian. I'm probably more of a Christian than Christians are. Yep, when you simply know everything flows. Yes, Marcus. Yes. Hello. Hey, Noreen. How have you been? Long time. So I am on TikTok and I am streaming on YouTube. Yeah. Because if you're saying to be a Christian is to have the mind of Christ, you're damn skippy. We all have the mind of Christ. My mind is awakened to the truth. So if that's what you call a Christian, let this mind be in you that was also in Christ Jesus, who being in the form of God thought it not robbery to be what? Equal with God, but made himself of no reputation, because he wasn't trying to be seen. God don't need to be seen. God don't need to be put on a pedestal. When you know that you're God, you don't care who else know it, as long as you do. It don't matter what other people think of you. It only matters what you think of you. See, Christ let his fruit speak for him. He didn't have to go around saying, I'm God. The disciples proclaimed, thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God. When you know who you are, you ain't got to tell nobody. People will see it. Yeah, I come on twice a week now. I come on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Wednesday nights, we do Manifesting Wednesdays, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. And then Saturdays, I come on during the day. Starting January 10th, we will be doing our book club meeting. So go over to our Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toyia, to put your vote in on the different books that we have. I believe right now in the lead is Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. We'll be starting at January 10th, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. I know that's pretty early for the Pacific risers, but yeah, I'm going to do it early to get it on out the way. So if you happen to be up early and you're on the Pacific Coast, you're up at 7 a.m., come join us at the book club meeting every Saturday starting January 10th. And so we're just here. We're talking about manifesting and keeping it super simple. Understanding that this book is a manifestation manual. It's the blueprint, right? It's not the only one, right? You had the Bhagavad Gita, right? You had the Upanishads, right? You had the Vedas, right? You had the Emerald Tablets, you had the Hermetica, right? You have the Torah, you have the Quran, you have all of these books reminding you. And where is the real truth at? Where is it hidden? What did Paul tell us in the script? He says, we have this treasure hidden in earthen vessels. The book is you. You are the book. The hidden knowledge is within you. If you want to hide the truth from yourself, where you hide it in yourself, you hide the truth in yourself. Because that's the last place you're told to look, is to look within yourself. That's where you'll find the answer. The answers to your questions is always found within you. The books are just tools we use to help us navigate. I'm bringing folks up since we are at 10K. Good morning, Anna. How are you?
Good morning. I've missed you.
Oh, missed you too.
Yes, I was you've made my day. I seen you up today and I was like, okay. So I have some good news for you that I manifested. I told you in the past that I had multiple myeloma. I had cancer, and I started my cancer journey in 2016. Okay, well, that cancer wiped out my kidneys, so I needed to get on the kidney transplant list. Well, maybe in 2020, I had tried to get on the list and they denied me. And there could, I don't think at that time I was ready. I think that I needed to take care of, personal things. And I don't think I was ready. But this year, 2025, I started the process over on trying to get on that list. But the difference from then to now was my mindset has been different. My mindset meaning, that I have told myself, prepare to get a kidney transplant, start preparing, start getting ready, start, calling family members, telling them if they could come out to Portland, for a couple of weeks and rotate taking care of me. Would they be on my care team list? I just started mentally preparing to go on this trip. I look at it as a trip.
Okay.
And then so they called me yesterday and said that I was selected for the second phase to go up to Portland. Yes, to go up to Portland, and the board's gonna they want me up there on the 6th, and then on the 7th and the 8th they want to put eyes on me, basically to see if I'm healthy enough to handle a transplant. And then so they're flying my cousin Dana from Atlanta to Portland, because she's the first on the list as a care provider. So it's moving along.
Yeah.
And I think it's my mindset. Well, I know it's my mindset is different. Definitely. Since I've been listening to you, a lot has changed in my life, and I want to thank you for that. A lot has changed, and that's the biggest thing. Because I'm not saying, well, what if they don't choose me? No, they're going to choose me. And my biggest thing that I've been telling myself is that they want to take care of me. They want to do this. The care is exceptional, and they want to take care of me and they want to give me this. So thank you.
Oh, beautiful. So happy for you. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Because all it took was what?
A change of mind. changing my mind.
Just deciding that you can have it, right?
Yes.
Decision is key. I'm so happy for you. Yes.
Yes.
As I say, I'm just your mirror. I'm just your reflection. You're always
I,
supposed to know this. You was always supposed to have this. The life that you desire is always yours. It's a beautiful thing.
I know, but it's just, I want to tell you it's huge since listening to you. And it's weird because the transplant nurse coordinator, she called yesterday. And her name is Sandra. And she called yesterday and she said, because we looked back and we found a GFR lab years ago that was below 20. If we do put you on this list, that means that you have been in waiting for 7 years. So that means that I will be bumped up. Because usually people, if they get on a transplant list, they're waiting 3 years.
Okay.
3 years, 4 years. But she said because she found this lab, and they did their calculations, then it would be as if I was waiting for 7 years. Okay. So then she's telling me that if they do accept me on the list, which I'll know by the 12th,
right. When they accept you on the list,
when they accept me on the list, on the 12th, she's like, you have to be ready. You got to be ready to rock and roll, because then that means that you'll be on the top of the list.
Nice.
And yes, and then so also too, what's been life changing too is at night when I go to sleep, I try to listen to on YouTube like the 20-minute shorts of Dr. Murphy or the 20-minute shorts of Neville Goddard. And one of the things, the short ones of Neville Goddard, is he talks about doors are already opening for you. Yes, things are already shifting. You know what I'm saying? And
the world is always communicating with you, right?
Yes. So that's been huge. It's huge. And I don't know. People can think that it's crazy. I don't care. I don't care what people think. I try to hold back on what I tell people, certain people around me, because that they have that skeptical look, like, okay, she's really lost her mind. But no, it works.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. It works. Definitely. If you're questioning it, that's a you problem.
Right.
But this is tried and true. And people can try it for themselves, right? It's not like it's something they have to you have to convince somebody of,
Divination, no, I've never heard of Louis Hayes disease list. But I can look that up.
No, I've never heard of it either. I know a lot of people, because I was listening to what's her name? Florence Scovel Shinn. She was saying that certain, all diseases come from the mind, and she was saying what different types of, fear and doubt and unforgiveness and anger and all of those things, how they show up in the body. I used to see TikToks where they were showing, it was a book going around saying that it was giving you the different causes for ailments in the body, and was attributing to different ways that you think, right? And if you just clear that up mentally or spiritually, then it'll show up in the body.
Well, I absolutely believe that. I believe that my belief in diseases is that some people have it, but it's what triggers it to come out. Okay. And I got multiple myeloma. They related it to the military because I was in Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and I was burning burning everything with gas, you know. So we were like the burn pit babies. And so because we burned everything and we were in a medical unit.
Okay.
But anyway, so that's how they related my cancer, my blood cancer, to that. And then the blood cancer, it formed in my kidneys and my heart. But anyway, I think that it was dormant, but I think my mind brought it out, and it was vicious. It was vicious.
Okay.
And so I totally have a different mindset in what I think or what I let come into my mind now. I feel good. I feel good. I always tell myself that I feel good and I'm well taken care of.
Yes.
And I am well taken care of.
Yes.
I totally believe that. I mean, like a lot of people say, like, the VA is trash and blah, 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 and they don't take good care of the veterans. I don't believe that. That's not true.
Right.
They have taken well care of me. I'm very well taken care of. And I look good. You couldn't tell that I'm sick. That's another thing. You can't tell that I'm sick. I look great. And I think when I go up there on the 6th and they put eyes on me on the 7th and 8th, they're going to be stunned.
Yes.
They're going to be shocked. You know, like, oh, wow.
Because the healing already happened, right? You already
Yes.
are what you're already well, like Keisha said. Yep, you're already healed, right?
Yes.
You're just going
Yes.
through the physical expression of it, but the spiritually, inwardly, you're already well. It's beautiful. Oh, I love
Yes.
this. Love
And
this.
I knew this was coming. I knew it was coming because I've been preparing for it.
Yeah.
I've been preparing for this for a while, like walking. Like she asked me, the nurse coordinator asked me yesterday. She said, "Well, okay, let's get down to it." She's like, "Can you walk up 2 flights of stairs?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, of course. I walk up to 5 miles." And she was like, "You do?" I was like, "Oh yeah." I was like, I'm very active. I walk 2 or 3 times a week. You know, it's because I've been preparing for this.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So
Beautiful. So happy for you. Yes.
thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Y'all say when the mind gets ready, the body, all things be ready if the mind be so. That's a Dr. Joseph Murphy saying. All things be ready if the mind be so. So your body already ready because the mind is. Hey,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
that's beautiful.
Thank you.
Yes. Love that. Love that for you. Yes. So I love, that's the whole point of this platform. So we can testify what they say. They were overcome by the word of their testimony, right? When we remind ourselves of the body of beliefs, because that's all we are. We are a body of beliefs. And we are overcome by our belief system. Is what we believe to be true will be true for us. And when we tell someone else, well, you know what? I changed my mind and that's why my world changed. And then someone, that's all it took? Yes. And all you have to do is do it too. Really? That's all I have to do? Yes. But you have to want it. You have to want it to be different. You have to want it. You have to love yourself enough to want to be different.
Right.
And the difference only comes with what? A change of mind. It doesn't mean putting yourself down, seeing yourself as less than, talking about how horrible you are, how undeserving you are. No, it's about recognition of the truth. And the truth is you're already all that you desire to be. Whatever that is, you're already it. You're already whole. You're already complete. You're already loved. You're already loving. You're already lovable. You deserve to have everything because of who you are. It has nothing to do with what you do. And we have to stop thinking that what we get is based on what we do. Is what we have is based on who we are. And when you can operate from that standpoint, man, the world just comes alive to you. And you just understand that peace will come that the world will not understand. Because the world didn't give it to you. So guess what? The world can't take it away.
Yeah, and there's a lot that has changed in that aspect too, as far as relationships, like dealing with people. Um, since listening to you too, that's another thing that has kind of enlightened me about, as far as like I want people to be kind and generous and accommodating and loving. And then it's like, well, am I that?
Ooh, they say bloop. Bloop.
It's like, wait a minute. I want this perfect partner. I want this person to come into my life that's generous, kind, giving, funny, has these certain beliefs. And it's like, well, is that me? Maybe I need to sit down and give that to myself.
Because you can attract who you are, not what you want.
Yes. And that's, yeah. So I've been like, I'm sitting down, and I'm sitting down right now because that is that kidney transplant. I need to put my focus and energies into that right now. And that's huge, realizing that too, that all these things that I want to see in people, I don't even have them.
Yeah, because you can only see what's in you. That's all you see. Your world is your magnified mirror. What you see in others, you can only see it because it's already in you. So yes, you are the generous person. You are the loving person. You are the kind person. Now all you have to do is what? Be it.
Be it. Exactly.
Be it. Just be kind. Just be generous.
Yeah.
Just be, and how does it start? In the mind. First give in the mind, and then you'll give in the world, right? It has to first be in consciousness. So how do you think about others? Are you kind to others when you think of them? Are you generous to others when you think of them? Are you loving to others when you think of them? Because that's where it starts. It starts in the mind. Because you can give people things all day long, right? And that's really not helping them. That's making them dependent on you. But when you give in consciousness, and they show up in the way you're saying that they are, and they show up generous, and they show up loving, and they show up kind, and then you recognize, I didn't have to do anything physically. I only had to do it spiritually. And what's done in secret should be what? Be rewarded openly.
Yes. And the other thing too is that I'm like not expecting people to be where I'm at, as far as this thinking process of manifestation, and you can change your mind. Because I have family. My mom's very religious, very Christian. My brother's very religious and very Christian. My mom still talks about, just the other day, she was telling me that, she wants to be closer to her kids, and da 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 da, and she wants to help us out, and da 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 da, and blah blah blah, and hopefully, she put it some way that when she makes it to the other side, it'll be better. And I'm like, well, it already is better here. It's better here. But I can't, what I mean? Because she's 76, and I don't want to lose my brother or my sister. I don't want to lose them. So I have, so that's why I was saying earlier, certain things I don't share, or I just, Um, I don't know. What's your thoughts on that?
Your relationships with your family is just as you assume they are.
Mm,
They are exactly as you assume that they are. You know, understanding that they're just as much as God as you are. They may just not be as aware of it as much as you are. That's the only difference.
sure.
But when you come together, you're seeing, you're acknowledging, saluting, loving the divinity within them, just as well, just as much as you want them to acknowledge, support, and love the divinity within
Mm,
you. You
mm,
want to accept them, like you said, exactly where they are, without them needing to be different for you to love them.
right. Because I've shared with you in the past that my mom is very powerful, manifesting
Yeah,
things. And
yeah.
very
But she's not
powerful.
adding all of that extra stuff to it, right? Like
No.
what unfortunately the spiritual community tries to do. They try to add to your desire. And all she knows is I know what I want and that's enough. Right?
Yep.
She
Yep.
decides what she wants and then she lets God take care of it.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to be. You're just supposed to decide what you want and then let the divine, the electromagnetic field that we call God, source, reconfigure itself to give you exactly what you asked for or better.
Right.
And she knows this. She may call it Jesus.
Well, she
She may
says
call it God.
the way she puts it, like, well, uh, I'm just gonna pray, and if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. And it's kind of like, man, like, and then she just, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, you know, but it's always meant to be. It's always meant to be with her. I've watched her since I was a little kid, uh, manifest things through, uh, manifest homes, that woman manifest men. You know what I'm saying? Like, like 3 marriages and
Right.
homes and
Because the
men
thing
and.
is, she could teach folks about faith.
Mhm.
Because all she doing is operating on faith, right? Her
I think,
wisdom
yeah,
has showed her that when I ask, it's always answered. So she don't question it.
yeah,
Right? She
yeah.
says like, "Oh, I'll pray about it if it's meant to be. I'm not detached to the outcome."
I think that's the key thing. She's never attached to the outcome. If it's meant to be, it'll be. And she always tells me that. If it's meant to be, and oh wow.
And for
Yeah.
some reason, it always just works out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because it's just all about the letting go, and the letting go is what? Not being attached to the outcome, not being attached to the how. When we say outcome, we talking about how it shows up, not the outcome of getting the desire. Those are right. We know that you should know that when you ask for something, it's yours. Now you just have to let it be. Most people try to figure out how, though. Most people get stressed out about, oh my goodness, I need it instant. I needed it yesterday. I need it. The thing is, you have to understand that the spirit is never late. So whenever you get it, it was always on time. It was always on time. It was never a delay. The only delay is caused by you saying that there should be a delay, that there's something you have to work out first. There's something you need to do first. People telling you, oh, this whirlwind happens first, and these things got to take place first before you can get your desire. In some situations, yes. But again, you're going by appearances, right? You're going, well, I asked for this. Why did this over here happen? Well, it's part of the bridge of incidents. It's part of what needed to take place in order for you to get the thing that you're asking for. But it shouldn't be, well, this thing happened, that means that now I can't have what I asked for. No, that's not what's going on. This thing happened over here so you can get the thing over there. That's all.
Well,
Hey, 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 neighbor.
thank you for this morning, Toya, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I'm so happy you're up today.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. You have a wonderful day too, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. I know it blessed me definitely, and the hearers of this platform. I'm sure it has helped a lot of people to persist, have faith, and believe in self, because that's what it all came down to, right?
Yeah. Thank you for everything.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you as well. Hey, 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 Mia. Hey, Nora. Hey, neighbor. Noreen, you said you have a question. Did you want to come up, or did you want to put your question in the chat? Now, it's saying that I can pin comments, but I don't even know how to pin comments. I was trying to see how to pin. I was clicking on a comment. I know, right? All right, X. All right. I don't know. It says it up here. Engage reviewers greeting. Yeah, it's saying to pin comments. That's interesting that it's telling me to pin comments even though I have a panel. Okay. Hello, Noreen.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. Hold on one second before you start. I am on
Okay.
YouTube, so before you start, let's see. It says right. Here's the thing. There is no separation. So what ego? I don't get into division. The consciousness is one. There is only one mind. There is no ego, then consciousness. There's only consciousness. That's it. Hey. Go ahead, Noreen.
Okay, so I have a question regarding things changing that looks, I would say, bad when leveling up your mindset. So I had recently started getting back into the law of assumption starting last week, where I really began to change my mindset because I was ready to level up regarding just every aspect of my life, because I've had a lot that has happened to me this year. So when I really begin to take it seriously, things begin to change, but not in the way that I was expecting them to. So just 2 days ago, I just randomly got terminated from my job. And at first I was confused, I was upset, but overall, really, I wasn't, like, another side of me wasn't worried, because I've been so consistent with changing my mindset about, my finances, especially my finances for sure. So my question regarding all of that is when you're changing your mindset, is it possible for things like this to happen, like such as getting like randomly laid off from a job that I'm guessing is just no longer in alignment with you since you're changing your identity?
All right. So concerning finances, did the job fit your perspective? So say like you wanted to make a certain amount of money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in this position, that's not where the money could be made. Because there's always two ways to look at any event in your life, any
Right.
experience, right? You can look at it, oh, why is this happening to me?
Mm-hmm.
Or how is this happening for me?
Right.
It's always the latter, because it's never happening to you, right? It's always happening for you. So I'm going to assume you desire greater income.
Right.
And so you probably would have never left the job on your own.
I wouldn't have, no.
So now you get to go find the job of your dreams.
But also, like, my dream is to not work a 9 to 5 either.
There you go. So was that a 9 to 5?
It was. I was working at a warehouse.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Your world is working. Your world is at your command. So it's doing exactly what you asked it to do. You didn't even like the job.
I hated it, actually.
You sound like my daughter. My daughter was like, a couple of years ago, she had got let go, crying. But I was like, you didn't even like the job. You told me
I hated it.
Didn't like the job. Like, why are we surprised that you let go? Because if you don't like it, you're probably not giving it your best effort. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're complaining about it and it's a begrudging type thing, you're probably not thinking the best about it or putting your best foot forward, right? Because you just, for whatever reason, don't even want to be there. So it's just like, now this is your opportunity to
they
not.
told me that they were letting me go because of low productivity. So it was my performance, so they say. So when I thought about it, I'm like, well, I wasn't really putting my best foot effort as much anyway, because my soul is just not even in alignment with it anymore. And since I've been really consistent with changing my mindset, I'm like, okay, yeah, this is probably just no longer in alignment with the new identity that I've been in. So that's why, like, I was not as upset, really. I was just like, oh, okay. So, but I just wanted to ask you
Just
that because
know that you're not aligning to life. Life is aligning to you. You're the operant power, right?
right. Okay.
That you're not aligning to the world. You don't have to find alignment. You are the alignment. The world
Right.
shapes itself to fit you, not you to the world. So whatever you're desiring is finding its way to you. It's coming to you, right? Which means it's already there. It's just that right now you don't have the awareness of it. Because their creation is done, everything is finished. The moment you ask for a better opportunity to live, to do what you wanted to do with your life, that was already taken, that has already been created. That's already a thing. Mia she's in the chat, she talked about this the other day because she had a similar, not quite the same, but a similar situation where her job decreased her pay and she decided to leave, but she had always had in her mind her perfect job, her perfect career. And by leaving that same week, there she is, that same week, she can tell it better than I can. I'm gonna let her tell you.
Okay.
Hey Mia, hey, this your successor. I'm gonna let you tell it better than me. How you doing, girl?
Hey, yeah, she invited me up. So, yeah, I just, it just feels like I just need to share this with you because, it happened to me. And, you know, I really thought I liked my last job a lot, but I realized I didn't even like really going to work every day. It was hard for me to go to work, but that's just a whole other story. But my job just, for a second time, they cut my salary $10,000 a year ago. And I stuck with it because I had other streams of income and my pay was pretty good. So I could feel like I could go through it. Then they brought it to me again recently and I'm in a more demanding admin position. I'm like, how are you going to give me a harder job and try to cut my pay again? Hold on now. So I got to know my worth. So I was very upset about that, and it was just kind of shocking. And it was right around the holidays, and I had to make the decision to resign, and I was just really upset, and I just felt bullied by the world. I felt bullied by my job, and I was just distraught, crying, leaving after I had resigned, and I just stopped crying, and I just realized, like, I'm not going to let this world punk me. This is my world. I'm the operant power, and I decide that this world's not against me. This is happening for me. And sometimes God is trying to move us out of the storm to place us where we need to be. And sometimes we don't like how it happens, how it looks. And that's why it's dangerous to get kind of focused on how things happen. Because in our physical mind, we might not always like it. Sometimes we have to lose friendships, relationships, jobs, be in a situation that may not look very desirable to the human eye. But it has to be done to places where we need to be, and we have to let it happen. And we have to know that it's for our good.
Right.
And if you know that, you let it be, and it was. So I applied. I went home and I started cleaning and I started updating my resume. I got on Indeed and I found my dream job. I applied. Wednesday, I had a walkthrough interview and I was hired on the spot, and I got to tell them what I wanted to make. And I ended up with a $20,000 raise, 6-figure job.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful.
My dream job, an easier job, more pay. And before I went to that job, I said, look, I am that girl. I am a competent BCBA. I am this. I just hyped myself up. I even bought a new work bag before I even had the interview because I knew that was my job and I needed me a new cute work bag for my new cute, great job.
Yeah.
And, it was mine. And they told me, they were like, we just love your energy. And we just, yeah. So, you are the decider. You don't let this world punk you. And don't let that hater in your mind punk you into thinking that this world is not yours. And that's the lie that we've been told. So just know what you want, say what you want, believe it's yours, and let life happen.
Yep. And don't say that's bad. It's just an experience. Don't judge it. It's just an experience. If you're going to judge it, judge it righteous judgment, which means to judge it from a place of everything is working out for me, because it is. If we judge, we should only be judging from a righteous place. And that's right thinking and understanding that
Right.
whatever happens is always happening for my good. Always.
Right. So assume good meaning to everything in relation to you.
Yes.
Law of assumption.
You were perfect when you came here. You have everything you need came here. You were born underwater. Perfect. Only person told you wasn't perfect was this world.
Mm.
And we just happen to believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't believe it no more. Go back to what you used to know. That's
Right.
all. Yeah.
Love it. Love it. Yep. Describe it the way you would like it to be. Yep. Yep. Now you're free. Now you got clarity. You can decide what it is, right? Maybe you already knew what it was, and maybe that job was in your way, Now you can see clearly now the rain is gone.
Oh, and I saw my SP yesterday, Miss Toyia.
Oh, did you?
I sure
All
did.
right. All right. All right.
Oh, yes, I did.
Oh, beautiful. I love it. I love it. Was it a great time? Great
time. Great time. Yeah.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Just loving life. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Just know. Every morning when you get up, speak life over yourself. Hype yourself up.
Right. And I feel like now that I've, got laid off, that I'm looking at it from the perspective of now that it really gives me time to stay focused on what I want. Now that I have all the free time that I have now, I'm like, okay, I could use this time more to actually stay focused on, the things that I want to bring forth into my life. So,
yeah. That's a beautiful thing. I saw this TikTok where somebody was like, if you have family that will let you have a space, let you have a bed, let you have a room, why aren't you stepping out on faith for whatever you want? If you know that you had, I know everybody don't, right? So I sent that to my children because they do. They have parents that has a room for them, has a bed for them, that there is nothing holding them back from realizing what they want other than them. And so if any of you are in a position where you have family that will look out for you in that way, if you feel like, oh, I don't have the money, I don't have this, or whatever excuses you're giving yourself, if you're in a position that you have family that got your back, and you don't need family, I'm just saying, now, of course, we know we walk by faith. We don't need anyone. But for those people that actually does have family, there should be nothing that is going to keep you from taking that leap of faith to being that which you want to be, to exercising your faith in yourself. And even if you don't have family, you should still do it, because you have to understand that the family of the divine, of divinity, got your back too. That your faith is all that is required. Your faith got you. You got to be willing to walk the tightrope and know that if you fall, but you won't, because now unto him that is able to keep you from falling and to present you faultless before the presence of his glory with exceeding joy, to the only wise God, our Savior, both dominion and power, both now and forever. Amen. You got to know that it's impossible for you to fall. Hello, Matter. How are you?
Grand Rising, everyone. I want to say faith without works is misunderstood in what it really means, because your words are always magic when they come out of your mouth. So I'll give you an example of how a lot of people are under a sleep spell. Let's go to the Torah, the Kabbalah, All those books are word magic because they all lead to abracadabra. And that's how they play their little games. But faith without works means think it in your mind, settle it in your mind, speak it, and then move towards it, and you'll always get it. But that's the works part. If you don't move towards it, your words are unalived. That's literally what it means. So you think it, you speak the magic words, you move towards your goal, just like Mia did, and you reap the benefits. That's the fruit. That's the part that people don't understand. It's literal word magic. Every word that we speak is magic, because if whoever you want to say created language, before language was created, we spoke through telepathy. We spoke through writing on walls. I could write something on the wall, and you could walk in and know my whole story within 2 minutes of reading it. So we didn't have language. Whoever you want to call it, the fallen angels, whoever you want to say they are, created language for literal magic spells. They control people through spells. So if I say good morning, I'm wishing you morning. People don't understand that. If you look at the first things they teach us in school, spelling. They teach you how to write in cursive, because the longer you write in cursive and it's connected, the longer the spell is. That's why the Constitution is written in cursive, because people don't realize they're locking you in from the second you're born to the second you leave here. And you know, people in nothing. I grew up a Christian. I consider Christ exactly who he is. They changed the story, and he is everything and more that they say he is. His real name, I'm Emmanuel, seed of the mother, seen and unseen. I'll just leave that out there. He came from the source. He came from the womb. That's why you all are the living waters. Women are literally the living waters. I'll just say that. It's no, because but look at you know, this is all I'll say about religion. The beings that run this world are distorted sacred masculine energy. So that's why everything has become father, father, father. Let's make no mistake about who the living waters are, who the womb is. That's why I always try to tell people, you can say Father, Son, Holy Spirit is male, male, male. If it's loosed on earth as it is in heaven, better start thinking about who the Holy Spirit is, because wisdom is a she.
The womb of man, woman, womb of man.
Womb man. Exactly. In the energy here on this crater is the Phi energy. We're supposed to be here to protect y'all. We're not supposed to be running things. And trust me.
Do we really need a protector? I would challenge that.
No.
We're
That's
not
what I'm saying.
we're not here to gain protection. We're here for expression. We're here to create. That's it. We're creators. Everyone is. So whether you find yourself, whatever gender you find yourself in, because we know all males started female anyway, right?
Right.
So,
X chromosome. X chromosome. That's why it's not possible for Adam to make Eve, because the X makes the Y. So if you cut a rib off an X, you get a Y. That's why that whole story makes no sense. That's right,
because it's talking about the division of the atom.
Right.
That's why.
Right.
We know it's not about two people that existed in time and space, right? We know that the Bible is coded in language, right? And it's really talking about the masculine and feminine energy operating as one mind, two aspects, right? That's all it's talking about. It's telling you that your mind is the creator in this world, and learn how to use it. That's it. You gotta learn how to master this mind.
Right. That's why when the fishers of men couldn't catch any fish, and they asked Christ to help them, and he said, cast your net to the right, your feminine side of your brain, and I caught 153 fish. 1 + 5 + 3 is 9.
Yep.
Trust me, I know.
144,000.
72,000 genes from your mother, 72,000 from your father is 144,000. There's 12 dimensions, 12 overtones, 144 plus the 1,000 times the triple seed of the mother. She'll be back. Trust me, she's rising.
Did she ever leave?
No, well, they tried.
All right, because
they tried.
What I do know, this world is all imagination.
Yep.
It's all a play, it's all a game, it's all a dream, right? And like I posted in my Facebook group and on my timeline.
Mm-hmm.
The world is a dream. The best thing you could do is a hope to awaken within it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you can do is to hope to awaken
Yes.
in the dream.
Right.
So then
Well,
you can command it.
that's a lot. That's what's going on. But even in that, if you think about it, and I'll say it very delicately, we've never left the womb. That's why no harm can come upon you.
Yes.
This was made for us. This was made for us, and you never left the womb. That's why this is all a burning of your Torah field. It's if you want to call it what the Catholics call it, it's purgatory. You're purging your soul. That's why we're here. And some people are waking up and understanding what's going on. And this place was made for us. That's why I said faith without works is, and I know we can't say the D word on here, unalived, because it is, everything's meant, government, entertainment, and that's how these other beings which are here control everything, because if I psyop everything for you, I can eat your energy. And that's what they do. They're parasites.
Yes.
They're not gods, they're parasites. The only gods here are us. And that's why they eat your aura, your gold radiation, your gold light. That's what they do. And their time is short.
Well, is there a they?
There is a they.
Is there a they? Here's the thing. I'm going to challenge that, and I'm not going to say that it's because we're all right in our own minds, right? But I'm going to challenge what you just said, because from my perspective, there's only one mind. There's only one consciousness. Individualized. Hold on. Individualized, and we're all having unique experiences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when you awaken in a dream, you understand that you're the controller. Like as Mia would say, there's only a one-player game in your reality. No one else is controlling you. You're controlling your game. Now, you can allow yourself to be controlled. But when you awaken in the dream, now you understand that you are the controller. You are the operant power. And there is no one taking anything from you. You're giving it away. And that there's only one energy. There's not two powers. There's only one. There's only one power. And we get to determine how we're going to use that power. But there's only one. There's no source for evil. There's only God. Now you can misuse the power just like electricity. You can use the electricity to light up the world, or you can use it to electrocute someone. Right. But does that make electricity bad or evil? No. The evil comes from where? The mind of man.
Right. It's interesting you brought up L, because that's who I would call them, because we're from magnetism. You come from your mother. You come from. There's a difference between the creator and your origin. You see what I'm saying? That's where I would push back against you, because let's say you come from the womb, but there's a creator who did something different on top of what was already here. So they made a hologram. You see what I'm saying? They kind of put I can't even call it a matrix, but they put something over what was here organically, and that's the L. Like Isis, Ra, and L. You can't get L without Isis and Ra, but there's still an L. You see what I'm saying? And that's the little game they play. If you, like I said, if you want to call it why do you think every fallen angel ends in EL? Ark of the Covenant. You see what I'm saying? Because it is an actual thing.
I mean,
energy arcs.
Here's the thing. Yeah, I just don't. I don't get into the they versus. I don't get into them.
No, and I understand.
Mentality, right? I don't get into they're doing something. I understand that we're in the situation we're in because of the fall of the mind, right? We decided to descend consciousness, right? We descended. We were up high and we decided to look low. And when we decided to look low, we fell into duality. And because we fall into duality, all things are possible, meaning on both ends of the spectrum. You're going to experience both ends, both polarities. But when you awaken in the dream, now you're to transcend the polarity. Now you're supposed to operate in unity, and it should no longer be seen from a place of division. Now you should see the unity of the oneness, that there is there's only you, that no one else exists in your reality but you, and everyone else is just playing a role that you give them. You are the creator of your universe, and you're the only one existing in your universe. There is no they controlling you. Unless you create in your story what you're doing, you're creating in your story that there's a they, and they're ciphering energy, and they're dictating the world. That's your story, though.
No, I completely agree with everything you're saying, because that was my point, that there's others allowing that story to be created because they manifest it through the, like, if you read a book and you say this is going to happen, and 3 billion people believe it's going to happen, they're going to manifest that.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So the 7 seals will happen outside.
Yes, I'm in agreement with it. Yes,
but if you do what,
but that's how everything comes from mind, though. All is mind, all is mental. Everything stems from thought, right? That's what the book tells you. In the beginning was the word, was the intention, was the idea, right? And that idea becomes what? Flesh. It becomes something you can experience. But where does it originate? Everything stems from the invisible and then becomes seen. Out of the darkness came a great light. That which is seen is what are not made by things which do appear.
Right. That's why Yahweh says, I create good and fashion evil, because it's all words. And that's why I completely agree. Me and you agree 1,000,000% on everything. But there are people who use their manifestation powers to create that other side of it. You know what I mean? They use sleep spells to
that's
trap
our free
people.
will, right? We can create evil, but evil is the illusion, because it's a creation, which means what? It isn't real. What's real? Consciousness is the only reality. Everything that's created is the illusion. That's why source is not the illusion. Why? Because it's not created. Energy isn't created. It just is.
Yeah. We're all gods who can create everything in a sense, like I said, but the words are where people misuse it, because you can cause as much destruction with your words as you can creation. And there are a lot of people who will purposely do that. And like I said, they will trap people in that, because, somebody mentioned egregors. You have a causal plane and you have an effect plane. You know what I mean? That's above us, which I would say, even above 5th or 6th dimension, you have beings who let's look at what a god is. You can say we all got together and we created a being, and then we all told everybody this being exists, and then you get 100,000 people to believe in that being. You better believe that being's going to have power. You see what I'm saying? That's why his name was never Jesus. Think about that. His name was never Jesus. But now everybody says that they believe in Jesus. So who are they giving that power to? You see what I'm saying? That because that's not his name. The name has power. So what is that representing?
But what does name mean, though? What does name mean? Name means nature. It's not about what you call a thing. It's what you be, right? So name means nature, and Jesus just means I am. And so the name of God is the I am. And whose I am, you are. So God is I am. And so every being born of woman calls themselves I am. I don't care what language you speak. Because I took French when I was in high school, and Jesus, if you add an I there and you separate the E and the S, just sweet means I am. Right? So we know that is the name of God. Jesus is the name of God.
Or he's
I
us.
am. It is. That is the name of God. Jesus, just us, I am, that's the name of God. And that's the name of God forever.
Right.
Because God is what? Energy.
Energy.
That's it. Energy, consciousness. That's it. I mean, we could get into who's controlling, manipulating the world. The whole point of awakening this plane is to recognize there's no power outside of self. Anytime you start saying that, oh, they're doing this, they're controlling this, guess what we have done? Created an idol. Now you've given power to something outside of you. And the whole point of recognizing who you are is to know that there is no power outside of self. That it does not matter what the world is doing. It only matters what you're doing. And
Right.
if people just would learn to mind their business and mind the mind that's paying them, man,
Yep.
what the different this world would be. But we be
Mind
so
your
concerned
business.
about how somebody else thinking or
Right.
what somebody else doing and how someone else is being, which is really
Right.
none of your business.
And that's what it means by be in the world, not of the world. Because
Yep.
again, like I just said, if you mind your business and you stay out of all this nonsense that's going on, you'll live the 7 seals inside of yourself, and it'll be a beautiful experience. If you pay attention to
Absolutely.
everything else, you will experience it outwardly. I
Yep.
know, I agree. Trust me and you agree with everything we're saying. I'm just saying that when people are not prepared to understand all this, they're going to be in trouble, because it's gonna come. It's coming.
Hallelujah.
I need to take off. I'm gonna follow you, and
Oh, thank you.
I will be back.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. Thank you for
You
showing.
too.
Okay.
So I think it's really beautiful what y'all are sitting up here, and spreading, because we get so disillusioned by the world around us that we've failed to recognize that God is within. We're not going to find God outside of us. We can go to a church to be with the Holy Spirit, but we have to recognize that God lives through us and through the order within this world. And if we can, abstain from following within things that create chaos, then all that does is bring us one step closer to God. You have people all around the world who, have different names for God, and it's never really about the name; it's about your heart. It's about your spirit. Like how close are you to the divine? You see,
You can't be
people.
separated from the divine, because it is in
Amen.
Him that you live, move, and have your being. To say that there's close, you're implying separation where there is none. There's no separation from God in His creation. God literally became His creation so that the creation will realize it's God. There's no
That's
separation there.
That's true. And that's part of the reason why like prayer is so important, because it reminds us that we have to invoke that nature. We have to really speak that nature, like onto ourselves and onto our like spirits. What I mean is our voice is really powerful. Our voice, we may hear it once, but our mind hears it 100 times. What you speak, you may only hear it with your ears once, but it's echoing over and over and over again in the programming of your mind. And so if you sit here and tell yourself that you're helpless, that you're going to feel helpless, and you're going to feel disconnected from God. If you say that, if you sit and say, oh, like God, woe me, like, God this, God that, God's to blame. No, sometimes life is just life, but it's through pulling, through pulling yourself up and choosing how you want to live and how you want to be. It brings me back to this beautiful quote someone said: God will steer, but you have to row. God will steer, but you have to row. And a lot of people forget that. A lot of people just want to like take this nice little boat ride through these stormy waters, but you gotta row. You gotta row. If you want to have anything in life, you gotta work for it. And if you want it to be good, you have to put good intention into it. You can't BS anything that you want to be prosperous.
Okay.
See, that's not to cut you off, but see, that's where I get confused about the saying faith without works is dead, because I thought that because everything is the mind, everything comes from the mind, then wouldn't you be like you changing your mindset, you changing your identity is putting in the work? Because I mean, when God said, let there be light, He didn't work for that light. There was light because creation is finished. So,
Yeah, let's draw that out. So faith without works, that's James, right? James
Yep.
said,
Book of James.
faith without works, right? So we understand those who follow this platform know that the Bible is a metaphysical book. It's beyond the physical. So whenever it's never talking about anything you do physically. It's always talking about what you do mentally. It's a mental book. The world is mental. This is mind science. It is a psychology book. So when it's telling you to do a work, it is telling you to change your mind. throughout all of scripture, it's all about how do you use your mind. You must understand that the body follows the mind. So once you get it in consciousness that you're healthy, that you're wealthy, that you're loving, that you're compassion, once you get it in consciousness, you will automatically express it. You won't have to worry about what to do. You will be intuitively led. It will just come to you. Like when she said that she decided to leave her position and she felt hurt about what took place and she cried and she came together and she remembered she was like the prodigal son who remembered who she was. And she went back to the Father to claim her rightful place in her kingdom. And said, oh, hold up now. I don't let the world dictate. I dictate the world. And the moment that she decided that she did, the action that she took was effortless. Which means she didn't have to try to convince herself to do it. She didn't have to do no vision board to do it. She didn't have to do no 369. She didn't have to do no 55 by 5. She just decided, oh, no, my job is there. My career is there. And in an instant, she had found the job that was always hers. And so we on the outside will say, well, it's because she went on the internet and she applied for the job. And I'm going to tell you, no, the job came to her. She didn't go look for the job. Even though from the outside looking in, it looked like she was looking for a job. But no, oh no. Because we don't go by appearances. We don't go by the outer, we go by the inner. It's what she did inwardly first was manifested outwardly. She had to get that job. It was that she was not going to get the job. The moment she decided, the moment she asked, it was answered. While she was yet speaking, the job was there. See, we think the world of effects is the cause, and it's never the cause. It's never, your action is never the cause. It's your mind. Your mind is the cause. That's why a lot of people get a lot of things and they can't keep it. Because they try to put the action before the being. And you're out of order whenever you try to put the cart before the horse before the cart. Is that how it go? Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Go ahead, Noreen.
Yeah, because I know that there are some people who work really hard, like to get money, but their mindset about money is still in a state of lack. They still believe that it's hard to come by, that it's not easily earned, or they can't have it, with ease. So, but these are the same people that go to work every day or put in that work every day. They work hard because we're taught that if you work hard, you will get it, but you have people that have an abundant mindset towards money, and they don't lift a finger at all when it comes to money. But for some reason, money is just showing up, like a shit ton of money is showing up to these people, whereas people who work really hard but have that mindset of lack, they're not getting the money that they really want. Yeah. So I know Neville said something, I don't remember how he said it verbatim, but I know he said that I guess the difference between the poor man and the rich man is that they have the same mind. They have the same mindset, but I think like they have different arrangements of the mind, or the concepts of the mind, or something like that. I don't remember, but
yeah, it's the same mind, just different arrangements, right? We're occupying states. So the state of poverty exists as well as the state of abundance. What state are you occupying based on your mindset, right? And the moment you occupy this, here's the thing, like Kevin brought this up, and I know I probably said it before too. When you have the state of poverty, you don't have to try to make things happen to show you that you don't got enough money, do you?
No.
You don't have to, right? Things just are just going to happen.
Everything in your life gonna show
everything
you broke.
Gonna show you to confirm to you, you're right. You don't have enough money. You're right. You're poor. But the flip side, we think when we get the state of the consciousness of abundance, oh, now I got to try to go get a job. Now I got to figure out what to sell. Now I got to figure out how to get it. Right now we think we have to make things happen to express abundance, but we didn't have to make things happen to express poverty. It's the same thing.
And why people have an issue with always trying to like keep up with the Joneses and spend money to show abundance. And that's not how abundance is expressed.
Right.
With things. And you run into people always using chasing and doing things because feeling like you have to do to get is going to keep you chasing and keep you unhappy.
Yeah, we justify our position based on what we do. Yep, right?
Yep.
It's because the question is always, if you're seen to have a lot of money, what you do? What you do?
Or you know how especially within the Black community, when a Black person like, really rises up in success, like such as, fame, or whatnot, and they're, having all these big collaborations with other successful people, you have other Black people saying, oh, well, they must have sold their souls or something, and it's like, why do we equate high success with somebody selling their soul? Like, I don't get that.
Because we come from the Black church that says that things are hard to get. So if you get things in abundance and you have a lot of good things, you must have did something really bad to get
right.
it.
Yeah, and there's
poverty
also
is a virtue, right? To be poor in spirit, blessed are the poor, for they shall what?
The only secret that they're hiding is that they're God and we don't know it. That's what they hiding. That's what they covering their eyes, showing that they know the secret.
Just to go off of what you said a little bit, so there's this verse, right, that people like to like throw out a lot, but a lot of people fail to really understand the meaning, right? It's harder for a rich man to enter heaven than it is for a camel to enter the eye of a needle. So it's not a physical needle that they're talking about. It's like the opening to like this sort of like building, right? And in order for a camel to go through, it has to go through on its knees, right? It has to walk on its knees. Right. So it's not saying that you can't be prosperous and, like follow God. Because, like look at like Solomon, like he was a king. He was extremely wealthy and he was like the wisest. And this kind of goes back to what y'all were saying even, before then. But Solomon was so blessed by God because he was wise. He understood what it meant to not only like walk close to God, but, to be in and one of his nature to bring him what he desires. He knew that there wasn't a gap between his actions and who he was meant to be, and like even then, although we had, the wonderful leader Solomon, he was attacked by the most like prominent, I guess sin that it is called within, like people who preach and who receive the word of God, lust, right? Because it is the one sin against like our own bodies, right? And it drains us of, our pretty much our life force, right? And I guess like my whole point is that it's truly all connected.
Yeah, the camel going through the eye of a needle, it wasn't about it going on his knees. It has to take off all the stuff that's on it, right? So when you're traveling with a camel, it has everything, right, packed on it. That needle is so thin that in order for the camel to go through it, and it was talking about a specific place, it was using a physical thing to reveal a deeper truth, to reveal a spiritual truth. That in order for the rich person will be someone who are rich in worldly things, but poor in spiritual things. In order for you to be rich wholeheartedly, you have to understand that it's not the physical things that make you rich, but the spiritual things that make you rich. That once you seek ye first the kingdom of God, which is love, peace, joy, health, wealth, wisdom, then you will naturally have it physically. That when you're rich spiritually, you will never be poor physically. Impossible. Because as within, so without. But you can be rich in the physical and be poor spiritually. You can have a whole bunch of stuff and not know who you are.
I'll kind of give like a testament with like my business, right? So I don't have a lot of money. I wouldn't say I'm rich, but one thing I am is like I'm wealthy. I've really tried my best to build my business up, right? And so I don't have everything that I need immediately, but I also have I have faith that any and everything I need will be provided to me like through God, right? And it takes me like walking within in a divinely inspired action to also like follow through with that. Like a lot of people fall into this like trap, right? Of just waiting for things to happen to them. And there's always seasons where you need to be patient and like wait, but it's through taking inspired action that we really reap the fruits that God has for us. You will know them by their fruits.
Yeah, I know when you get it in consciousness, you're gonna automatically do it.
Yeah. Because the
It's
body follows the
effortless. It's
mind.
effortless because the body always follows the mind.
You'll begin to like your behaviors will change naturally anyway.
Exactly.
You'll
That's why you're
respond.
told to be not conformed to this world, but what? Be transformed.
Mhm.
How? By the renewing of the mind.
Mind. Yeah,
I
you'll
love
respond
that.
to things differently too. Like certain things that when you were in the old identity, like, I'd say for instance, like if let's say you have $48 in your account and when you were the old identity, you would react to that in a negative way. Whereas, the new version of you, that new identity will look at that and be like, oh, I ain't worried about that. I know I'm rich. I know, money comes to me effortlessly. I know, like your response to the circumstances will change because
You recognize I am money.
yeah.
I am money. Right? And it's about your self-concept, right?
Right.
Are you going to let the dollars in the bank account say who you are? Do the dollars in the bank account get to define you? That's a choice you have to make. Like I'm rich regardless of the what the bank account says. I'm wealthy regardless. And the moment you decide that, that's when things start to happen to confirm that. You will find and you'll wake up and you'll have more money in the bank. Somebody will gift you. Well, people, and it actually does happen because it happened to my daughter's friend. She woke up to $7,000 in her bank account. Don't know where it came from.
I feel like celebrities, if whether they are aware of it or not, I feel like celebrities, they follow the law of assumption. So like they're really
Well, they're
good.
talking about it now, right? Everybody talking about
Yeah, they're talking
manifestation.
about it
Everybody
now
talking
for
about
sure.
manifestation. Everybody
Yeah.
talking about manifestation.
Yep, absolutely.
That's the conversation of the day. I don't care who, Sierra, Jennifer Hudson,
Yep.
the Williams sisters. I'm just like, the one thing that I thought Serena, I saw an Instagram clip with her and her sister Venus talking, and she was like, yeah, I get up and I do my affirmations, and and then I went to Walmart and I got a parking space right in front of the store, and I was just like, are we making a mockery of this? Because you have got to be kidding me, Serena Williams, that you want me to believe that you go and park at a Walmart. Are we being serious now? Because you mean to tell me we don't have no Instagram clips? Nobody saying, oh my goodness, Serena Williams is here in Walmart. Like,
Yeah, the
stop it.
rapper.
Like, really? Like, it's okay. Because here's the thing. If I got Serena Williams money, I'm not shopping there. I'm not going to Walmart. Somebody's Instacart all day. Somebody bad. I got some assistant. Somebody else is shopping in Walmart for me.
Look, I'm Serena Williams, and I don't even like to go to Walmart. HEB,
I'm like, it's okay that you're not regular. I did comment under her because I follow Serena. I was like, girl, it's okay that you're not regular because you're not about to convince me that you went to no damn Walmart. It's okay that you're not a regular person. It's okay. I think she wants to sound relatable and regular, but stop it, please.
I love that. You're so real for that.
It's okay, because I wouldn't be regular. My ass wouldn't be in no doggone Walmart.
No, and it's like it's like the reason I say you're so real for that is it's like, why do people try to be relatable when the true like nature of being relatable is just doing what everyone else would do, but like putting like your spin on it. You know what I mean? Like,
right, you girl, you're the most celebrated, what they call it, decorated tennis player, women's tennis, probably men and women. I mean, you have won the most Grand Slams. you know, other than another woman that they don't really like to talk about, but she, you know, she won like 23 grand. So like, girl, stop playing. Like, you not regular. And
You
it's
were just
okay.
crip walking at the Super Bowl. Stop it.
Well, let's bring Tony into the conversation. Hello, Tony. You can unmute. You're there.
Hey, yes, I'm here. Can everybody hear me?
Yes. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Hi, everyone. James, Mia, and I can't see the full name. Noraya.
It's Noreen.
Good morning.
Noreen. Good morning, y'all. I just come on here to just for community. You know, I've been deconstructing religion as well, and it just makes me sick to my stomach that I spent all those years going to church and doing this church thing, and now just thinking about it, it's just like, oh my gosh, it's just such a mockery. And I feel like now I feel like the pastors know exactly what's going on, and they're not telling us the truth because it goes hand in hand with the whole entire program. If they tell us the truth, then there's no church, and then there's nobody to give them money. And it's like, even now I thought about all those years that I paid money, I paid tithes and all that stuff. And then it's like when I needed it the most, they just prayed for me. And it's like, what? Like, you know, like I just lost my job, and I they just kind of just told me randomly, and it's just like, man, my whole life is flipped upside down. And then I went to the church, and they're like, oh, well, we'll pray for you, sister. And everybody that I know is saying the same thing to me. We'll pray for you. And it's just like, man, this is exactly what they're talking about online. This is exactly what they're saying. And it's like, if the pastors told the truth, there wouldn't be any church. And so I'm just glad that there's a place where I can go and feel like, you know, at least there's some kind of sense of community, because it's so deeply ingrained in us that church and religion is like almost like our identity. Like we, you know, it's like you can't leave it because it's all that you have. Who are you going to put your hope in?
You know,
What are you going to do?
you are so spot on. And you know, it's funny because, you know, like they want to convince us that we're not out there, but we are, you know, because like we're God's people, you know, like we are the ones like that God chose to pour this wisdom and pour this growth into. Like we see beyond the veil, right? And our vision may not be perfect, but that's why it's, you know, like important to really like speak to people, because each one of us are mirrors, and you know, as wise as we may be, we all have blind spots, you know. You know, it's, you know, church isn't just a building, it's a place where you can speak the, you know, the Lord into being, and you know, light that holy, you know, spirit within you, that holy flame, you know. And I don't know, it's just it's part of the reason a lot of people are stepping away from church, because there's like this song, right? I think it was from like the 80s, I can't remember the name right now, but it starts off saying the number one cause of atheism is people saying that they hear the message and hear the word, and then going back to their worldly life. And that couldn't be more spot on. It's like, I don't know. It's
But is it a worldly life? Because, you know, the other thing that for me is like, we have almost bowed down to this thing that we have not been living, while they know the truth and they have been living. This place here on earth is the heaven, their heaven, and we have been just kind of going along with the program and not realizing that, oh my goodness, here I am waiting for something to crack open through the sky when the heaven is right here. This is the heaven, and I'm supposed to be spending my time and energy here, you know, providing that and for myself. And it's like exactly what the young lady said a few minutes ago or earlier. She was saying, and I just lost my train of thought with what she said. Man, how did I just forget? I forgot that quick. But instead, I just remember when you all were saying that, oh, you know, the money is a root of all evil and all these things, that now I have to reprogram myself, because that's why I can't manifest anything, because I have a negative relationship with money, which is what I've been told all my life. Like, if you get the money, you done sold your soul. And I'm just even noticing, like, you know, a lot of my friends, like one of my friends just had a birthday recently, and I've called her twice now, and she hasn't called me back, which has never been the case. I have a cousin who is like, I'm like, hey, I noticed we used to talk every day. Now we don't talk at all. And she's like, oh, you know, well, it's not you, it's me. And it's just kind of like this funny, like people are just kind of being real, real funny, you know, with me. And it's like, it's not that I even said to them, hey, I'm deconstructing and I'm in a different place. I just think that they can feel the energy. And because the light is so bright that they just can't really take it and they don't understand really what's happening. But something within them is like, you know what, I'm not no longer feeling comfortable, you know, talking with or communicating with this person. So I receive it for what it is. But I'm just glad for platforms like this because it does give, you know, the like-mindedness of other people that's out there. It reassures you that you're not alone and you're not crazy. They try to make you feel crazy, like, oh, she's going to hell because she's no longer, you know, she doesn't even come to church. Like if the path itself to get to heaven was going to church, and that was never so. But that's how they try to put that, like, oh, you don't go to, we notice you don't go to church anymore. And they will literally get on the phone and call you and tell
Yeah,
you
they need
that.
the tithe up out of you.
They need the ties. They need the ties. And then, you know, when I had, because like I'm saying, I just recently got fired from this big job that I had and was making all this money and all this stuff. So it was cool then. But then now it's like, once they don't know it yet, but once they realize what's really going on and that I'm homeless, they're not going to be calling or checking for me because oh, now she doesn't have any money. So that's really what it's all about. And it's like all these years that was what it was about, and you're paying into these ties and doing all this stuff. And then in your time of need, everybody disappears. Nobody even wants to talk to you as soon as they find out. So it's just like, but you know, like with the knowledge that I know and I have now, I'm just trying to just remain positive and you know just kind of take it day by day. But I just appreciate platforms like this because it lets me know that I'm not alone. I'm not crazy in what I'm thinking and feeling and going through. And you know there's other people out there that are deconstructing and are waking up. And I believe there's a lot of truth in the Bible, but they have had to write it in a way to where it goes along with their program and what they want. So it's just like it'll be very interesting to see what the
Well,
parts
it's
that
not
they
how it's about how it's taught. So
how
it's
it's taught.
taught,
Okay,
right?
that's fair.
It's
That's
taught
fair.
from a physical perspective when it's
Yeah.
metaphysical. The
And
Bible is a
also,
psychology book. It's not about anything you do physically. The
hmm
physical you is the effect. The cause, everything that you're doing comes from your belief system. Every
okay.
action you take, every behavior you have comes from the way you see yourself. And if you decided
Mm.
to see yourself differently, you will make different decisions.
Okay, that's fair. But I know like a lot of the stuff in the Bible, like a lot of it makes sense when you think of it like that. But like you're saying, we weren't taught it like that. So it's just like all those years of learning that and then just to have to really throw it all out the window. Or when we say like the Bible is an I say algorithm or whatever that word is that they say that the Bible is just. And so when you think of it in that way or in that form, it's like, oh man, I have to relearn everything that I thought that I knew, and everything is the opposite. And it's just like it's just really crazy. It can really drive somebody insane when you think about I'm 45 years old now and I was born into this thing. And it's like I can't get 40 years back, you know, with everything that I did. And I can see how just participating in
Get
it
it
and
back.
believing.
The Lord restores all the cankerworm and the
Mhm.
what with the
What
grasshopper,
was
all
taken.
those with all those however that parable go, right? Because it's talking
Hmm.
about everything that all your negativity, all your fears, all of your doubts. When you let that go, you will get restoration. Everything comes back to you.
Okay, allegorical.
The heavens open up and you will get blessings that you will not have room enough to receive. Your joy comes, your peace comes, your wisdom comes, your direction, your clarity, your health, your wealth, your riches, everything is restored to you once you let go of fear. You have to let go of
Yes,
fear. Go.
yes.
That
But you see, they
fear
say,
is what keeps you in bondage. Go ahead, Noreen.
and you see in the church, they say, like people in the church, they say that, you know, the righteous will suffer prosecution, you know, and they talk about how don't worry about what you're experiencing here on this earth, because when you die, you're gonna go to heaven. So it doesn't matter what you go through. And it's just like, why would I want to wait till I die to experience my heaven after I leave this earth? That doesn't make sense, even though Jesus told us that the kingdom of heaven is within us. You see, so I just never understood that. And it's just back to what Tuni was saying about how, the pastors, you see them living their life, abundantly, pulling up in, in luxury cars, having designer outfits on everything. In the church, they're just getting by, but paying 10% of their tithing every Sunday, coming to church faithfully every Sunday. And I never understood that, like, because I was raised in the church. I was Christian and all. And I just never understood that. Even when people would, I would never understand how people would receive the word through the pastor and will, catch the Holy Ghost, and all of a sudden they're delivered. But then right after they leave church, they're doing the same things that they were supposedly delivered from. I never understood that until when it was in 2018, I'd say, when I started getting into Neville Goddard and I was starting to see the Bible in the metaphysical and allegorical way. I'm like, it makes so much sense now, and the churches don't preach that today. They don't, and when I try to explain to people that, the Bible is in the metaphysical way, people, like the people that are, really deeply into Christianity, they
look at you sideways.
Yeah, they look at you sideways. And like my grandmother gets really upset when we have debates, and she gets really upset with me, and I'm just like, I guess, believe what you want to believe, but I feel like once you deconstruct from Christianity, you can never go back to what you used to know. I just can't go back to a church and sit in there and get my so-called deliverance from the pastor when I am the deliverance myself, I am God. When you tell them that that's blasphemy, I'm like, that's the same thing Jesus was crucified for. He came here on this earth to show us that we are gods. He even said it, and a lot of these Christians are in Pharisee energy. They, tell you that you're wrong.
Like the Christ said, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they're doing, right? They're still sleeping. They're sleeping as Adam, right? This is what Paul tells us. We all fail as one Adam, which is humanity, into depravity, that dual mindset, the belief in two powers, but we all awaken one by one as Christ, right? We all come to the realization that we are the God that we've been looking for. We are God in physical form. We are God in expression, right? And what is God? God just means good. God is energy, right? It's neutrality. It's not good or bad. It just is. It just is. The evil comes from the mind of man, the belief in two powers. The moment you decided that there was a such thing as a Satan, a demon, the moment you decided to create another God was the moment you gave away your power. But that's the whole point of awakening the Christ mind, is to remember that you are both God and Satan. You are both God and the devil.
It's the duality,
the truth and the lie.
But within where that duality lies, that's where we have to choose the side that we lean on, because I want to give a quote from one of my favorite movies is The Lorax, right? And it's gonna sound silly, but what way does a tree fall? The way it leans, right? And that's exactly how we will fall. Will we fall into into good or into evil, right? Because at the end of the day, are we doing things out of the 7 heavenly virtues or the 7 deadly sins? To
me, that's still coming from a religious mindset, because we understand that there is no death. Death is an illusion. When the Bible is talking about death, it's talking about spiritual death. It's talking about, and then when it talks about life and awakening or being resurrected, it's talking about being spiritually awakened or resurrected, which means that you become aware that life is eternal, that it's infinite, And as the Bible says, for I am the God of the living and not the dead. See, if God is the God of all, and he says, I'm the God of the living and not the dead, then that means what? There's no death.
There's no
Because
death.
there's only life.
There you
Life is
go.
eternal. Life is infinite.
And Nori said it. You know, they can't, the pastors can't teach that way. They can't teach it to us the way that we're talking about it right now on this platform, because it goes against what the program is for us to be able to feed into it in the first place. So
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing, Tony. This isn't a deconstructing platform. Even though I use the Bible, my platform used to be about deconstructing from Christianity. I'm over that. I'm gonna let them have their beliefs. I'm gonna let them have, because I understand that this world is a dream and people get to have to believe whatever they want. And I'm not here trying to convince someone of anything. I'm not trying to persuade, dissuade. I could really care less what the pastors are doing. I've been there, done that. They get to have, that's their reality. That's their world. I don't live in that world. I don't live in that reality. I'm not here to condemn them. I'm not here to see the wrongness in them. I'm here to say, what do you want in life? And then show you
Right.
how to get it. Tell you that if you want a thing, you just got to believe that you already have it. And what Mark 11:24 says, therefore I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, just believe you received it and you'll have it. The only condition in that script is belief. You do have to accept, and believe just means to believe it, to accept the thing as true, to make a thing real for you. So this platform is only about manifesting. I could care less about what the church is doing. Yes, we may talk about it on occasion, but I don't want that to be the discussion, because the discussion here is about manifesting your life, the life you want to experience. And that comes from what? A change of mind. The only way you're going to get the things you want in this life, you got to think that you can have it.
the
That's
You
true
renewing
got
of
to
your
see
because
it as a
mind.
possibility.
The
and you
renewing
know
of your mind.
to highlight that, right, in Proverbs 7, right, the Lord is the beginning of knowledge, but fools despise wisdom and instruction. That goes right back off off of the message that Sister Nor, I'm sorry, I don't see your whole name, was saying, because
It's Lorraine.
oh, Narain.
Yeah.
That goes right back off to what you're saying, because like the people who despise what you're saying, when you talk about like the spiritual nature of it rather than just like the physical, that's exactly what they're doing. They're almost like turning away from it, choosing to stay within what they were told rather than to critically think about it, and to invite God to fill their heart with discernment. And instead of doing that, they just kind of like shy away due to this like level of fear that has been put out there to kind of keep people bound to this societal belief of what God is. That's why even cause us to step away from society, because it tells us plenty of times society is going to be wrong. And for their feet run to evil and make haste to shed blood, too. And that's also like symbolic, right? Because it's not just with their feet that they run to evil, it's with their minds. And it's not always like personal. Sometimes it's more than that, because like we don't fight against like our flesh and blood. We fight against principalities, these forces in the world that keep us constrained to these like I guess modalities of belief, like these little niches of belief that
The only thing that you're fighting is your own thoughts. Stop fighting
exactly.
your thoughts. There's no reason to fight. There's only surrender to the life that you want. Once you decide to surrender to the life that you want, make a decision and then remain faithful to it, and don't give over to circumstances. And that's usually most people's plight in life. They look on the outside and want the outside to confirm the inner, but the inner confirms the outer does not confirm the inner. The outer is saying, I'm not going to change until you do, and then you're saying, no, I need you to change before I do. So now you're battling. Now you're in this forever tussle tussle with your world, because you think the world has power when it doesn't. The world is the illusion. The world is the mirror. It's always only reflecting you, and it's never going to change until you do. As James said earlier, the world is your mirror. So how you expect the mirror to change and you don't? The mirror is only going to give back to you what you give it. If you're not smiling, it can't. It can't smile unless you do, right? If you stand in front of a mirror, when does the mirror smile? The moment you do. And as I always tell people, when it comes to understanding that the world is your mirror, that means what? We don't put people above us and we don't put people below us. Why? Because when you look in the mirror, what do? You look at the mirror eye to eye, because you see the mirror is you. The world is you. So when you talk about the pastors, when you talk about the church, you're talking about you. Leave the world alone and change self.
That's true.
Leave the world alone. Let the pastors do what they're going to do. Let the churches do what that's not your life anymore. So who cares? The only thing you should be thinking is that they're God and they'll awaken just like you did. Just like you came to a realization that is more to this life than what I was told, they're going to come to the same realization. Right now, they're just not ready. Right now, it's just not their time. And that's okay.
And that kind of I just want to say thank you for that, because that kind of just like shed a light onto something like that I was doing a little more, rather than like speaking, like through God and spreading wisdom. I'm really, I was kind of talking about where people go wrong, where I should, be speaking about where we should go right, because it's not like a finger pointing game. Oh, like these people are wrong. No, because I mean, we're all flawed. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about the content of our heart, and if we're going to speak about anything, like it's important to speak about what's righteous and what's, like in the path of God, rather than what others are doing. Because, shoot, I mean, if anything, like we could be the foolish ones, but it's really up to like God to put that wisdom and that knowledge into our spirits to find out.
Yeah. You got to keep your eyes on the prize. It's not about what other people are doing. It's only about what you're doing. At the end of the day, it's only about you. Your world is about you. Everyone in your reality is just a projection of you. They're reflecting you. You don't see people. You see your assumptions about them. So you change your assumptions, you change them. Because you're not changing them, you're changing you. What are you changing? Your assumptions. The moment you change your assumptions, the moment you change your thoughts, the moment you change your beliefs, the world has to reshape, reconfigure itself to match you. Because why? It's your mirror. It's mirroring you.
That's really true. I had a friend who, I love this friend to death. Like, man, like I just really made a mistake and put her kind of like on this pedestal and took myself off of it. And I just was going through so much stuff, with her, but really by myself, because I was the one that was doing this thing to myself by putting her there in the first place. And so I just thought like, oh, she's a terrible friend. She's this, she's that. And I was saying all this stuff. And then one day I sat down and I wrote it out. I said, such and such person is a loving individual who is very caring and is there for me when I need her the most. And I want to find that. And it's always showing up for me and all this stuff. I basically wrote out the opposite of what my experience had been with this individual all along. And it was almost like I was looking to her to fill my cup and she was never filling it. So then when I let go and I wrote that down, I literally wrote it down on a paper with a pencil, with a pencil. The next thing I know, 360. It's like as soon as I let it go and I let it be, everything changed. And you're right that it is just in your mind. And that same friend that I was like, oh, she's a shitty friend, and is the same friend who right now, like with the situation that I'm dealing with, it was not even a thing. I called her, I said I got fired. She's like, you're heading to my house, right? I was like, yep. She has opened up her house to me, gave me a room. She didn't have to do any of this stuff. This friend of mine has given me money, is feeding me.
How
like
it works, girl. That's what you're supposed to come in here talking about. Let's go.
She doesn't have to cook. Like she's literally like been cooking meals, making sure that I'm eating, checking up on me. This is the friend who supposedly could never even answer my text when I would text her and she would take like 4 days. She would take 4 days to text me back. And I just be like, this is the shittiest friend ever, but I love her to death. But the minute that I let go and I wrote that and I said, this person is this, that, and all the things that I wanted her to actually be to me, that is exactly what is happening. So It's true. The thing that we're saying is not a lie. It is also very, very true. And everything happens for a reason. Like I
And you're
lost
the
that.
reason. The reason is you.
The
Everything happens
reason
for
is
the
me.
reason
Yeah,
is you.
the
You're
reason
the
is
reason.
me.
You're the reason for the season.
Yeah, like I lost that job is because I needed to be pushed out and away from that. My soul and whatever case is no longer I was
You
building a
fired
career.
yourself. We say we lost, and
Yeah,
then you just fired yourself. You fired
yeah, I
yourself in a
fired
position
myself.
that you
My
didn't even want.
desire,
Right?
my
That's what I don't tell no rain. No rain, you fired yourself. You fired
yeah, like
yourself so you can
I
hire
was no
yourself for
longer
something
I
else.
freed myself. Yep.
Yep.
yeah, I freed myself.
Yep.
I was no like my heart wasn't there anymore, and I was just kind of there. So when they did it, it was like, okay, all right, and it's like, well, it's not like I'm gonna be, necessarily homeless. Like I have some, because I was living at my job. I was the residential coordinator
Mm.
for in the dormitory for the school system. So like doing housing and stuff like that for the students. And I have been for the college students, and I've been doing this for about 15 years now. And so, but all of a sudden, it's like I just don't have no desire, no interest. Like I lost, the desire to do that, and I don't want to do that anymore. But what I'm supposed to be doing, I'm still afraid of doing it. And it's like I'm supposed to be out here speaking these things that I'm experiencing, and I'm supposed to be out here going to these schools and talking to these young youth, and I'm terrified. I'm afraid. Like I don't want to get out there and like call the school and get out there and do it. But now it's like, well, you kind of have to because you need money to survive. And it's like I'm applying for jobs and it's like nothing, nothing, nothing. So it's just like, oh man. So I'm being pushed into what I'm probably is the next thing. And it's
No,
very scary. It's very scary for me right now. All of this is scary, but like what y'all are saying, you have to let go of fear, because fear is the very thing that holds us down. You can't believe in a manifestation or something that you said that you're saying that you want, and then be afraid. Like it can be both. The universe doesn't know which one, you know, to do when it's
Oh,
like
no, it
that.
knows which one. It's the dominant, and your dominant is the fear. So
Right. Well,
so it's gonna keep you right where you are. You can't
right. And
move.
so I need to just let that go and be completely at peace with whatever and however my life is gonna go. And don't be afraid. If I lose my car, oh well, then I lost my car. Or if I
Yeah, because the
lose
universe
everything,
is not confused. You are.
yeah,
God not confused. You
I,
confused. You need to
and yeah, I take full I take
just stop
full
being just
responsibility.
stop saying you're confused. Stop saying you're fearful. And like you
Mhm,
said, let it go. Start like you wrote out. Here's what this is so interesting. You see how you wrote out the relationship you wanted with your friend?
mhm,
Write out that same relationship
Yeah.
you want with yourself. And say
mm,
all those wonderful things you spoke about your friend.
mhm,
Be your own best friend. Now put it on the paper.
mm.
The things that you want to say about you. Oh, I'm so courageous. Oh, I'm out here telling these children or whatever it is. However you gonna, describe it and say it. Write it out.
Ooh, I love that. I'm gonna do that today. Yes, today. That's
I
my
wanted to speak on
that's
that
my
part.
assignment.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead, Noreen.
Uh, that is so true because I seen a story where his pastor had a daughter that was very promiscuous, and he was praying and praying to God about his daughter. And the answer that he got back from God was, "You need to think about her in a different way. You need to see her differently. You need to treat her differently. You need to, the way you want her to be, begin to speak that over your daughter and see her differently." And so that's exactly what he started to do. And slowly but surely, his daughter stopped being so promiscuous. And that's how you know, like, we can really, like, it's all us. We really can change our situations with people. And I'm speaking from experience because I've done it before, so like,
You can change a
I don't
situation
know.
with yourself.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember, but it was like months ago, or I think it was earlier this year. I was on this live about the relationship with my dad, like how we were not speaking.
Yeah, I remember.
And yeah, and so I was really hurt by that, but I was like, you know what, it's all me, it's all in my awareness. So I let the dead bury the dead. Like I stopped speaking on the situation about me and him, like the old situation. And I just started seeing my dad in a loving light. And um anytime that my mom would like bring up my dad in a negative way, like I would just reject it mentally, and I would just be like, nope, my dad is this, we're good, he loves me, he's thinking about me, he misses me, he wants to make things right with me, we have a beautiful relationship. And I was just saying that over and over in my head, even when my body, because like at first my body was not in alignment with my mind at first. Like my body was like so tensed, I was having a lot of physical resistance, but I was pushing, like even through tears at times. Like it was times I would cry, but I would still be telling myself mentally, like, my relationship with my dad is perfect. He loves me. He would never do this to me. He would never, like, I was just speaking good over our relationship. And my dad ended up reaching out to me on my birthday. I just had a strong feeling. That he was going to reach out to me, because he didn't reach out to me for Christmas or New Year's. And I was so hurt by that at that time, when I was focusing on the old story. But around my birthday, I just had that feeling. I was like, my dad is going to reach out to me on my birthday. I just know he is. And my dad called me and wished me a happy birthday. And it felt natural. Like I just knew it was going to happen. I wasn't even shocked by it. I was like, I knew you were going to call. And he apologized to me. He was telling me that every day he was thinking about me, but he was afraid to call me because he didn't know how I was feeling. But he said it was hurting him as well to not, speak to me. And I'm his only child. Okay. So yeah, I'm his only child. So I was just like, oh my God, like I'm so powerful. Like this is crazy. So we're still in good communication to this day. Like we talk every day, so, but that situation there made me realize, like just from my own experience, it made me realize like we can change people. I know that we live in a world today where they say, oh, your person is not
changing people.
No,
not changing people.
Oh, well, you're changing your perception of them. There we go.
You're the one.
People.
Leave them alone. You're changing yourself.
You're right. We're changing our perception.
We don't change people. We change self. There's no one to change but self.
Right. There's no one to change but the self. Wow.
Right.
Exactly. That is deep. That's deep.
Right. And that's why, I used to be heavily into like Shura 7 and like those modern dating coaches today, like when it comes to relationships and stuff. Like I used to, like I have that book called Why Men Love Bitches. Like I used to follow that book and everything, but none of that stuff ever worked out for me because these men were still.
Why Men Love Bitches.
I don't know if anybody knows about that book.
Yes, I got that book. I got that book and all the relationship books because I also was one that I just could not understand why
I need to do a relationship class. That's what I need.
Yes. Like why is it I'm 45 years old. Like why is it
so my husband is in the chat and he put an acronym for fear. His name is Cisco. He in the chat. He said fear is what did he put?
Fear finally exiting average reality.
Yes.
Yeah.
Finally exiting average reality.
I mean, Nori, maybe all you need to do, and the both of us, and I've been thinking about this over and over and over and over. I'm talking with this guy now who, we just, it's basically just more so situationship. He's a good person. I can't say that he's a bad person, but he's also not doing the things that, somebody who's really interested in you would actually do and how they will perform and all the rest of it. And it's just like the same concept. Why don't you take a piece of paper and write out this person does this and he does that and it's the same thing. It's like you are the one. And it's funny because it's like I just almost can't believe that if I sit here and write this thing, that this man is going to go from.
But your friend did it.
But
did your best friend not do it?
Right,
like what? So it works for the best friend, but not for the boyfriend.
Well, and so
nobody's an exception to the law.
And so yeah. So that's what that's the point that I'm saying, that I recently am putting this thing together, and I literally recently just said, listen, why can't you? How about you try? Because he does the bare minimum. It almost feels like breadcrumbs, like, and then it's like, why are you accepting the breadcrumbs? Why are you doing that? Just walk away from the situation and let it be. And it's like, for me, I don't like too many people. Like, like the fact that I even like him, it's like, wow, it's shocking to me. So it's like, okay, well, take the piece of paper and write down, do the same thing, and then just leave it alone and see what happens, see what he does. And it's like, okay. So me and Nori, I don't know, Nori, if you're talking to someone, you know how they like to do this situation stuff and all that. They don't even want to they don't want to be in anything in a committed relationship because they
Well,
don't want
I'm
to be.
gonna stop you right there. I've currently right now I'm not speaking with anybody, but I have changed my perceptions
Okay.
when it came to my relationships. Like, I used to be in that same boat as you, but I really like hardwired myself, especially my self-concept regarding love. So I don't have those issues anymore. I mean, right now I'm not talking to nobody because I'm not currently interested in anybody. I'm just trying to focus on leveling up my life, especially on financially, you know. But when it comes to what I've realized about the relationships, your relationships with people, they really are just a reflection of your self-concept. And I'm speaking from experience because it got to the point with me, like, I even changed my type with men, like race wise, because I had a certain perception about a certain a different type of race when it came to these type of men. So I'll just speak on it. So at the time when my self-concept was low and I was entertaining Black men, my issue was, what you were going through, the breadcrumbing, the inconsistency, all of that, and I never had an issue getting the person that I wanted, but I always used to have an issue with them showing up correctly for me. So it got to the point where I was like, you know what, like, all Black men must be this way. And then at that time, like, when I wasn't talking to my dad, that added on to my beliefs, because I'm like, even my dad isn't even showing up right for me. So clearly all Black men just are this way, blah, 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 blah. So I began to change my type. So I started dealing with Mexican men and didn't have an issue getting them. I got whoever I wanted, because I've always believed, even when my self-concept was low, I always had a belief that I could get any man that I wanted. And I never had an issue with that, but it was always them not showing up right. That was my issue. So when I changed my race and I started dealing with Mexican men, they were showing up the same way the Black men were. And I was just like, that's when I realized, like, my last situation that I was in, that's when I realized that it's all me. So I had to really sit with myself and ask myself, like, I was sitting in my car and I was asking myself, what do I really feel and believe about just men in general? And all the thoughts just started coming up. I was like, they're inconsistent. They don't really want to be with me. They just only want me for one thing. My mom never had good relationships. My dad doesn't even know how to treat me right. Like, all these thoughts just started coming up. And then I wrote it all down in my phone. And I was like, okay, well, you know what? I got to change. Like Toyia said, what do you want? What do you want in life now? Now that you know what's causing all of this to happen in your life, what are we going to do about it now moving forward? So the hardest thing that a lot of people do that I had to change my mind. So what I did, I stopped talking to the last guy that I was talking to. I just ghosted him. I just put my life on, well, not my life on pause, but I put my love life on pause. And I was like, you know what? I got to be somebody different. So I just started changing my mindset. And it was hard at first, I'm not going to lie, because the old identity was screaming at me like, this isn't true, girl. You know, you don't get the love that you want. You know, these men are not going to change for you, blah, 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 blah. And I just was still telling myself, like, nope, men love me. They adore me. They value me. I'm the one. I'm the best, only choice, blah, 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 blah. And slowly but surely, like, the men that I was entertaining, they started coming back differently. And now, like, now that, like I said, I'm not talking to anybody right now, but I know that if I want somebody, like I said, I always believe that I could get them. But now I know without a shadow of a doubt that I'm going to get treated correctly, because I'm God. Why wouldn't you treat me correctly? So in your situation, that's what you have to do. You have to see yourself differently in relation to them. And when you see yourself differently, the way that you'll think about that person is going to automatically change. You'll start seeing them as loving, as desirable. I mean, not desirable, as loving, at wanting you, valuing you, adoring you, you know, and it will change. It has to. So.
Yeah, and you know, I'm kind of sitting in an interesting boat, you know, in kind of like a similar scenario, right? But the reason I say it's different is because, you know, like, and you know, a little controversial, but you know, like I like guys, you know, it's something I've like fought against a lot, and you know, really thought that I could change, but you know, after like years and years, you know, I've recognized that, you know, in a weird way, I feel more myself when, you know, like. And you know, it kind of like, you know, like begs the question. It's like, you know, like where do my problems within like relationship lie? Because I try to lean on like wisdom, but it's not really something I can find in like a lot of people at all, to be honest. And it's like a little discouraging because, you know, like at one part of me is like, okay, like um does God want me to like be straight and live in this kind of way that kind of like tears me apart, or you know, should I just be abstinent, or you know, is you know, like a my true love life like out there, you know, like someone who really like understands me and hears me, because you know, I've always been willing to like hear people out, and you know, I've never been one, and you know, just these last few years, right? I'd say give or take like 4 years. um I just don't hold grudges anymore, you know, like if anyone's willing to just like humble themselves just for a second, you know, like I do the same, and you know, I'm always willing to say I'm sorry, but you know, through a lot of experiences of everybody wanting an apology but never really wanting to say sorry, and then they think, you know, just like talking about it and not saying sorry is an apology. I don't know, like I think y'all know what I mean by that. But it's really like leaving me in this weird place because you know, we had our sister, you know, talking about how like she left her job, and I actually just quit my job. I was a manager at Tractor Supply, and I left. They went to write me up because they said I wasn't doing my job, but you know, in truth, I'd been the hardest worker there for like 3 years, and
Yep, me too.
it's just like so discouraging because you know, I never like to throw like I never like to throw like like race into it or nothing, but I'm just gonna be like honest real quick about it. It was just a group of like overweight white women who'd sit in the office and just like blabber all the time, and then like point fingers, and then they would straighten up whenever the district manager would
The
come
big
by.
boss will come.
Exactly,
So
and the thing is,
familiar.
I had a great relationship with the boss, but then you know, like he ended up like switching, like they switched districts, right? So I got a new boss, and the new guy wouldn't even talk to me because, you know, I'm 23. He thinks I'm just like young and this and that, but you know, it just got to a point where, you know, when they went to write me up, I was trying to go back to work, and every cell in my body fought against it. And in that moment, I knew God wanted me to get the hell out of that. My PTO was a week later. My PTO was a week later, and I was going to quit after that week. But I hauled ass out of there, and I could not be more grateful. This coming March, I'm going to be taking my business on the road and traveling across the United States.
Yay!
So I'm really terrified, and like I know I can do it. I'm just where I'm a little worried is because I know God will provide, and you know, my business will help, you know, as long as, you know, I tend to it. But it's kind of just this time moving away from home. I don't really intend on moving back. And that's kind of where this is coming from, because you know, I don't mind taking like a seasonal job somewhere at like a resort where, you know, I'll work and live and all that kind of stuff. That's wonderful. It's kind of in my plans a little bit, but it's the big change. I'm really trying hard to push myself out of my comfort zone, and it's where all this ties together is that, you know, like she said, I'm sort of taking like a pause, but At the same time, like I've been like single for like years, but I've taken the pause at is, I guess, like my approach and how I go at things, because one of the things I've been kind of battling recently with is like lust. And like I've been trying to educate myself on it so it doesn't like tear me down and rot away like my energy and my spirit. So
Well, the lust thing, that's a religious mindset, right? Because that's someone trying to tell you how you should express your desires. And my thing is, if it's not, if everything you do is doing in love, you can never go wrong. Everything you do it in love for fun. You're not hurting anyone, right? Then there's no wrongness there. All right, there's no, and even in consciousness doesn't see things as wrong. Only man sees things as wrong, right? And any time it's not done in love, you're operating outside of your nature. Because the nature of God is love. And so God doesn't care who you love. It isn't gender specific. God does not see man and woman. God only sees you as him. You and God are one, and God is experiencing this life through James. And however James seeks to express himself is okay with God. God is like, as long as you're doing it from a place of love. And even if you're not doing it from a place of love, God is not judging you. Only you will be judging you. Only you will be condemning you. God is saying, I'm with you wherever you go. You make your bed in hell, I'm there. You go to the highest of the heavens, I'm there. I'm low, I am with you always, even into the ends of the world. Why? Because you and God are not separate. God wanted to experience and express life through your individual perspective, whatever that is. And when it comes to love, like we just said, if you're a writer like Tony and you want to write out your dream life with your ideal mate, then write that down. Or if you're someone that you don't have to write it down, you can just pray within yourself, like, this is my ideal mate. This is how I see myself, because I know I deserve it. I'm worthy of it, and I'm not going to accept anything less.
yeah,
I'm not going to accept anything less.
And it's so free. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
And it's so freeing. Like once you realize that it's all you take nothing personal because it's all you. Like every relationship that you've been in, even with the situation with what he was saying about, the shame regarding him liking men, once you realize that it is all you're doing, I just feel like you feel so free,
That's true. Because for so long, I'll just kind of talk about my story a little bit. I knew at a young age, but I never really spoke about it because I don't really present in the same nature as a lot of like gay people, and so nobody knew too. But at the same time, I kept that inside of me for so long that like my anxiety grew so strong that I genuinely started to develop heart problems and issues. I visited all kinds of cardiologists. Just ended up kind of chalking it up to anxiety induced respiratory and cardiac distress, right? So my anxiety got so bad, the energy inside of my spirit got so like disrupted and contorted that it was causing my heart to beat irregularly, and it was causing my oxygen levels with my breathing to just plummet. And like I look back on it, and all of it almost disappeared almost within the span of a week, when I came out and I just chose to be like true and honest, like about, what I was going with instead of like fighting it. And, thank you to this, person, Divination, in the chat. They said, yes, it creates disease. Absolutely. I experienced that firsthand. And, I have all these people in my, and, my pastor have tried to tell me, oh, like this and that, like you're going to hell, this or that or whatever. And it's like, I've never really met too many people in my life that have the same connection with God that I have. And, it's not that I see, their connection or anything, but one thing I've really tried to do is walk within like a sense of like wisdom, grace, and integrity. And it's like, I think it's like almost like a smoke and mirror to like almost like distract from the whole purpose that we're here to just like experience and to love, and that's kind of the bottom line.
Yep.
But yeah, it was awful, man. Honestly, like I'd attribute it to being hell. I remember one time, I was playing soccer. This is kind of a funny story to lighten it up, but there was one dude on the soccer team I had a huge crush on. I thought he was so cute, so wholesome, right? When I tell you, I fell on top of him, and I turned like 12 shades of red.
Oh no.
And within 30 minutes, right, I couldn't breathe, right? And it didn't happen immediately. Like, I kept playing soccer, but within 30 minutes, I felt my whole body just kind of like shift, right? And pretty much like 30 to 40 minutes after that, the nurse at the school had called my mom and told her, hey, if you don't pick your son up, we're gonna have to get an ambulance to send her to school. My oxygen levels got down to like 40 or something.
Wow.
It was pretty crazy.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And it's like, wow, man. It's like, and I look back and I think that story is so funny. I felt right on top of
That is a little cute story. Yeah. But once you decide to love you, everything else is going to fall into place. That's when you're going to release the shame, the guilt, the emotional torment that you're putting yourself through. When you find that you're just enough, just the way you are, you're perfect. I always tell people, listen to Bruno Mars' song, Just the Way You Are, because you're amazing. There's nothing you need to change other than your self-concept. Change what you think
Let me
about
write that down.
yourself.
Bruno Mars.
Your smile, your smile.
Yeah.
Yes, your hair. Yes, listen to that
And
song, because there's
James,
nothing you need to change.
if I can jump in, James, I think you and I come from a similar background, but we just chose different paths with that. But if you don't mind me asking, let's say a person is doing a checkup with their cardiologist, and the cardiologist looks at the blood work, and the cardiologist gives a fair warning and says, if you keep on the diet that you're going on, this is a possibility, based on the track record of the diet that you're going on, right? Do you think that the purpose of them giving that warning is fear mongering, or what do you think the purpose of that warning is?
I guess the oh, I'm so sorry, I can't speak. I think the purpose is like to almost like enlighten, to really like share that there is a cause and effect to all the actions that we take, and if we don't, like, I guess, slowly weed out the things that cause us like a chaos in life, whether it be your diet or the things you do, vices, or even just your like emotional state, then they will come back. So I think the main purpose is enlightenment, but it can like lead on to like fear, because sometimes fear can be like a good motivator for people to straighten up.
Right. And the reason I bring that back is one thing I've learned, my personal experience is, let's say I found a husband and I was married to that person for 80 years and I had a perfect life in this world for 80 years, happiest person I could ever be. But the consequence of that is eternal separation from my Savior and the one who created me. That's the consequence of that. That's the natural consequence.
I'm gonna stop you right here.
Would you say that?
Don't talk about that,
Not doing
Ryan.
that. Nope.
Yeah, we're not.
If
If you're a Christian and you disagree with that, let me pause you, Ryan. We don't talk about that here. So if you disagree, you're welcome to leave.
Yeah, I'm sharing my
That's not. This is not an open forum. This is Toya's forum. So the way that we do it is the way that Toya wants it done. So at the end of the day, if you're gonna talk about going to hell and hellfire, we don't even talk about that.
Yeah,
So
could I
James
speak on that real
brought
quick?
it up by speaking about the
No,
people warning
This is
about
not
hell.
that
no,
topic.
that's not what I brought up.
No,
But
that's not what he brought up.
you're not even
He didn't
drew your
say
own
that. He didn't say
conclusion.
that
You
people.
wanted
He
to
didn't say that
condemn
pastors making
his
about.
behavior based
If
off
you,
religious
Well, no,
dogma.
he
And we're
spoke
not
about
doing that.
pastors warning about hell.
Brian,
We're not doing
if you
that.
disagree, you're welcome
He
to
opened the
leave.
door.
Leave.
so real quick, I would actually like
The
to
door by
speak on
speaking
this to
about
really.
pastors warning about hell. He
It's
opened, but we.
here.
Sorry.
Hey, let me just explain something to you real quick, right? I've been there. I get what you're saying, right? I really do, but it's not something that you choose. It really isn't. And the example in the story I just talked about was my entire body fighting against me. And I understand that I'm a spiritual being, but it was all mental, reflecting into my physical body. My entire body fighting against me to the point where I developed respiratory and cardiac issues because I tried to repress who I was, right? And when I did, my relationship with God grew tenfold when I just chose to be honest with myself.
Yep.
So that's something I've heard all my life, and I've chosen to really stay modest because I'm not like most people. I'm really not, But when it comes to like homosexuality at a base, are you following your relationship with God or are you following a relationship with society? We're all sinners at the end of the day, and it could be wrong. Like I understand that, like in my life, I want to bear fruit and maybe even like have children. But when it comes to like my attraction to women, it's not really like something that's up for debate. And that's kind of where a lot of people kind of go wrong because they think, oh, well, I've had this experience, so that means that my experience is exactly the same as yours. No, it's not. It never
Well,
is.
James, you don't have to justify your choices to us. We're not questioning your path in life. And so I don't ever feel like you need to justify your choices. The only one you need to be okay with it is you. You don't have to explain anything to us.
Amen.
We're not judging your choices. We don't I don't really care who you sleep with, who you marry with. If you decide to have children, don't decide to have children. The only one that you only need to be to love you. At the end of the day, you need to love you because God already does.
Amen. And I just want to kind of like preference like thank y'all for seeing me more than like like my actions and all of that jazz because I mean we're just alive. We're all people,
Right,
and
and right,
at the end of
and
the
like
day.
divination said, we don't subscribe to see. This is not a religious platform where most of us here do not associate with any religious affiliation. We're not Christians on this platform, so we don't see ourselves as sinners. We don't see ourselves as in need of a savior. We're so far removed from that mindset.
All we seek is connection with God, and that's
We understand that we are connected to God, that there is no separation.
100%.
Right. So your experience here in this life is whatever you make of it, whatever you decide. I don't see God as this being outside of you that's looking to judge you or reward you based on behavior. You're judging or rewarding yourself based on behavior. God is the power that illumines the world and illuminates all things in the world, in this universe. From the tree to the man and everything in between. That's God.
I just want to say
God is all thing. God is everything. There is nothing that God is not. God is all things.
That's true. And I just
So that's why I don't get into the religious. I don't need people to be real personal with their walk unless they decide to. That's fine. You can be as personal or impersonal as you desire. But we're not here to judge people's choices. If you want to you want to experience polygamy, polyamory, whatever you want to do, it's your life.
Exactly.
It's your life. And as long as you're happy with it and you have peace about it, And I'll always say do everything in love, because when you do it in love, you can never go wrong. Then you don't. And then all those things, when people talk about the Ten Commandments and hurting other people, that thing just will never come into your mind when you operate in love. You don't have to worry about doing people wrong or mistreating people or traumatizing anyone, because you're leading with love.
And also what Divination has said earlier, like, unsubscribe from all these modern dating coaches and all these gurus and stuff, because these people are speaking from their own experiences. They're not understanding that they're God and that their mind is creating all of these things. Everything is an illusion, and nothing is set in stone. It's all malleable, so if your relationships, are not the way that you desire them to be, you do have the power to change them. And I'm speaking from experience, so yeah, just all this stuff that social media talks about today, like, ladies, if a man is this, or if he's not doing this, if he wanted to, he would, blah, blah, like, just unsubscribe from all of that, because I used to be so deep into stuff like that, and I still wasn't getting.
You used to watch the Tonight Conversations?
No, I've never heard of that.
Oh, okay.
But I used to be big on.
I just had a cousin that went to one of those. I think they do tours or whatever. They came to, I think, Airy Crown in my city or whatever. And I was like, Then I started seeing it like on Instagram. I don't really see it on YouTube. I used to see it on Instagram. I was like, interesting, because it was one real popular TikToker. Her name was Keita Rose. Y'all ever heard of Keita Rose?
No.
She was associated with that. But anyway, that was a singles thing. It was none of my business, because I'm not single. So
I would watch, listen to Kevin Samuels, and then
I've heard of him. He's transitioned, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I had to I was like, well, wait a minute, hold on. Well, it was not making sense. At first, of course, at the beginning, it was, but then I just didn't like the whole approach that he was on, like, putting people down and making you feel like, oh, if he wasn't a 10, and Kelly Rollins was a 10, and he would say her name all the time. And it's just like, you're doing the same thing that society's doing by making us compare ourselves and all that kind of stuff like that. And there's only one Kelly Rollins in the world, just like how there's one Toonie in the entire world. So the whole approach was not good. And then people say, well, he got karma, and that's why he died on top of that fat girl that he was sleeping with. So anyhow, I'll leave it like that. That's what happened. He got a heart attack. He had a heart attack sleeping on the fat girl. It was a fat Mexican.
There is no rules to dating.
No.
At the end of the day, there are no rules to dating, and it will be whatever you say it is. If you say that dating is hard, that is difficult, that it's hard to find a good man, it's hard to find a good woman, that I gotta sacrifice, I gotta compromise, I gotta struggle, I gotta fight, if you say it, then it's going to be true for you. That's what you will experience.
I have a friend I have a friend that's like, she doesn't, well, now she does, but at first she was very logical. She didn't believe in stuff like this, and she had a situationship with the guy that she was dealing with, and he will only entertain her when he wanted to, and she wanted, a committed relationship with him. And so I told her to change her self-concept and to start, and along with, seeing him differently. And this guy that she was dealing with, he told her that he didn't want anything serious, and he just wanted to vibe with her. Like, he was like, I just want to vibe. Like, I'm not looking for nothing deep, And so she was trying everything in her power to get this man to commit. And I told her, he's not committing because, one, your awareness is not on that. You don't even see yourself as somebody who can be committed to. I'm like, so that's why you're attracting this situation. So start seeing yourself as a woman. Every man that you run into wants to commit to off bat. Commitment is easy. It's not a hard thing to get, because social media today, they try to tell us that it's hard to commit. It's hard for someone to commit to you. I'm like, that's bullshit. No, that is not, So she began to see herself as somebody that is worth committing to. And this same guy who said he didn't want nothing to do with her and all of that, literally is the total opposite. The total opposite. He just asked her not too long ago to move in with her. He had just got his own place and asked her to, yes, like, that's what I'm saying. This is like, this stuff is real. It is so real. And even this, I don't know if you guys know, I know it's a popular thing on Instagram. It's that Pop the Balloon series where those people like, yeah, that I feel like that is so crazy. Like,
What is Pop the Balloon? What is that?
so
It's a show where it could be a show or a program or whatever, where they give you a balloon and they'll have like a guy to come on. If the audience is a bunch of girls, so there'll be like 5 or 6 girls with the balloon. The guy would come and ask questions or whatever, whatnot. And if the girl is not attracted to him or doesn't like him, she's supposed to pop the balloon. So sometimes a guy would come out there, and if he may not be attractive or whatever the case may be, and all the girls will pop their balloon before the man even opened his mouth. And that is very
and they shame one another.
Dating show.
It's a dating show. But
okay.
Yeah, but I'm like, you wouldn't even go on stuff like that if your self-concept was top tier. Why would you need to go on a dating show to try to find somebody and pop a damn balloon? Like, that doesn't even make sense. Like, but when they pop the balloon, sometimes they get in their ego and they start judging one another and shaming each other. It's funny, but it's definitely a funny show. But when you don't understand who you are, like, there's so many people in the comment sections that you can just tell, like, they believe in what this world teaches today about what love is. And I'm like, y'all don't even know what love really is.
What it is. Yeah. And it's true. Like, when I have a funny story about that pop the balloon thing and your self-concept. I was at a lounge one time just kind of hanging out with a friend, and they were actually filming at one of those pop the balloon things. And they asked me to be a part of it. And I thought in my mind, oh, I'm going to win because I'm finer than every female in this building. Number one. That's how I was thinking in my head. So anyhow, I start to play the game or whatever. And, the guy, of course, I didn't pop my balloon, but ultimately the guy ends up picking which one he, ultimately wants to be with or whatever. So anyhow, to make the long story short or whatever, the guy ends up picking me, and I end up winning the show or whatever. And all the little things that, like, we're talking about, if you really change your mindset and the concept of how you think of things really can, be turned around for you. Now, was a guy serious? No, he wasn't. But that wasn't the point. That happened to me so that it could be one more thing to remind me of how powerful I am and how what I say actually is what is going to be. It's just like, period. And it's like, and that's exactly, what happened. And the girls were all like, well, you're very beautiful, like trying to say like, oh, you only won because of your beauty. And it's like, no, I won because I said I was going to win. It had nothing to do with my beauty.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you all could have thought the same thing. And in your reality, you would have won.
Right. So in their mind, I can almost imagine them thinking, oh, I hope he picks me. I hope he picks me. I hope he picks me. But in my mind was like, oh, I'm the most beautiful one up here. I already know I won. We'll just see, I'm going to show y'all. And that's exactly what happened. And it's just like, oh, wow. And so the guy was all happy because you're supposed to go on a date with them and whatnot. And the show gives you money, basically pays the both of you to go on the date together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, I was like, we can go on the date if you like, but if you also like, we can just keep the money and not go on a date. Because I wasn't really, pressed.
You weren't feeling them.
I mean, it was really because I realized what was actually happening. And it's funny because all this is happening out in the real world, but I'm having a whole nother thing within in my own world, in my own universe. And it's just like, this is crazy. This needs to be taught. This is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
They should definitely teach it. Well, they are teaching it more now. It's definitely getting around more, the law of assumption. But when it comes to love, like what Miss Toya was saying, like she
Y'all
needs to
said they
have a
should be
class.
teaching it. What do you
We
think
should
this
have a
platform is
relationship
for?
class.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need the
Me,
relationship one.
I
We
am
need
teaching it. What are we
so
talking about?
we that's what she's
What are we
doing.
doing? That's
So
what we're doing here.
we need the
Right.
relationship. We need the relationship one, and then we need the
Oh,
one to teach. I think that we're not talking about, we say it a lot, like self-love and loving yourself and all that kind of stuff like that. But I think that a lot of people are still confused about that, and they don't understand. Like, you could say it, but they don't understand the practicality of it. Like, how do you actually begin to do that? What does that even look like? What is that? Like, am I supposed to be, what is it? Is it journaling for me? And we know that it's different for everybody. For some people, it needs to begin with the self concept of how they feel about themselves. Like, do you need to change
not for
anything?
some
What,
people, for everybody. It
for
all
everybody?
begins with self concept. because
But I also feel too,
without you
though.
shifting your identity, nothing's going to
Mhm.
shift.
Well,
But I also feel
that's right.
too.
Oh,
I
go
also
ahead
feel.
on.
I also feel too that you already love yourself, but where do you think the trying comes from? You already love.
Where do I think the what come from? The trying?
Yeah, the trying. Like you already love yourself. Everything is it already is. So you don't need to try to love yourself. You already love yourself.
Right.
You know.
Okay, so well, right, because now that we have the understanding that we do, we can see that. But I can also see, way before you get even over there, it's like, what are those small baby steps, like in terms of teaching this thing that can make it to where people can actually receive it and even understand what is happening. Like, what are the things about yourself that you don't like? You don't, if you feel overweight, okay, well, let's change our diet and let's do that. You don't like your gap?
No. So I'm going to pause you there. So it's going to be what Noreen said. You're going to it's going to be self-talk.
Okay,
Regardless of what the outer is
look
showing
like.
you, right?
Okay.
Regardless of what the body is saying, right?
Same.
Because she said her body was resisting her conversation, right?
It
She's
was.
telling herself, this is what it is, this is what it is. And the body's like, no. So she had to cry her way through it. She had to keep talking to herself. She did not let circumstances dictate reality. She said, I'm the commander in chief in this situation. I'm CEO of my life. And I'm going to tell myself what it is I want to see in myself, because it's not something like you said, I'm trying to be, this is who I am, but the body needs to know this, because the body is out of whack. The body think it's running the show, and it needs to know that no, you're the servant, not the chief. It's only one chief. You the Indian. You serve me, I don't serve you. So what does it start with? Self-talk. You got to keep, because it's about consciousness. It's about embodiment. It's about awareness. A lot of people, like, yes, we are loved, but are people aware that we're loved? No, most people don't know that they think love is something out there. They think love is a sky daddy. Love, they think love is a man that was born 2,000 years ago.
Right.
And they waiting for him to come back and rescue them.
So
they think love is found in, the Quran, or is found in the Torah, or is found in the Bible. That's what people think love is.
Okay, so then the start then is that self-talk and how you talk to yourself every day. Are you graceful? Are you kind to the kind words that you're saying about yourself and to yourself? Do you,
regardless of your shape,
regardless of what the outward looks like? Okay, that's
Because it's
if
all
you're
from
telling yourself,
self-talk.
I look the best I can be, then the moment you accept that, then whatever needs to take place will take place for you to look the best you can be. If you're saying, I'm this shape, I'm this size, and you keep filling your cup up with that, then what? It overflows. And then what? The outer must resemble the inner.
okay.
As within, so without.
Okay, so we're basically saying more so not attacking the physicality part of it, but doing the mental and the self-talk and the changing of that first. So like the manifestation first, and then everything else has to follow, because you already you're already there in essence. Like we're saying, you are already loved. So
Yep.
it's like it's not something that you can put there.
It's about recognition. Do
Okay.
you recognize that you're loved?
Oh, okay.
Do you accept that you're loved?
I think that's what.
Most people don't accept that they're loved. They say everything else is love but them. And that's what religion tells you, right? To them, self-love is selflessness. And I'm going to tell you, self-love is selfishness. The world's going to tell you selflessness, and I'm going to say, no, it's selfishness.
Yep. And why you say that? Selfishness.
Because it's about you. Other people don't exist.
Mm-mm.
You don't see other people, you see assumptions about people. That's why your assumption about your friend had to change. Why? Because your assumption about her changed. The moment you start assuming that she was a great friend, she became a great friend. When you were saying that she was a shitty friend, she was a shitty friend. Because that was your assumptions about her. You wrote the script. You wrote out the role for her. She's playing a role in your movie. You're the star. Not only are you the star, you're the producer, you're the director, and you're the author. You wrote the script saying, this is the type of friend that I have. And you said, oh, damn, she's a shitty friend. She fucked up. Damn, she takes 3 or 4 days to call, to text me back. She don't show up for me. Every time I look for her, I can't find her. And then the moment you decide, oh, no, hold up, wait a minute. She's actually this type of friend. Her role changed. The part that she played in your reality changed. Is that not the same person, though?
Yeah, it's the same person. So my mindset. So in other words, nobody exists, and I'm the one that gets to dictate every single thing with everyone. So that's why when like Nori's saying, the guys that, in her mindset, she had to change that. They do show up and they obsess with you.
Yeah, because it's no one. It's no one. It's not your mom, not your sister, not your brother, not your daddy, not your uncle, your cousin, your brother. It's no one but you to change. No one to change but self. It's your thoughts. It's your assumptions. So who's the one thinking that? It's you. It's all you. When these people come into relation to you, you're the one perceiving them as such, whatever that is. So who has to change? You. So when they tell you like, don't change the person, you know how like we try to sit, like we'll want to have a talk with the guy, or we want to write all these paragraphs, you're trying to change that person because you're trying to get them to see something, but they're only reflecting you. That's why when we would lash out at these guys, like I'm speaking from experience, I would cuss them out, lash them. They looking at me like I'm crazy.
Me
like,
too.
what is you talking about?
Like, girl, what?
But you have to sit and
all
realize
in your head.
It's all you.
You know what? You know what, Nori? You might be right, because so like with the guy, at first I was like, this man, I'm gonna tell y'all, and I know that he only approached me because I was in a place where I'm just like glowing and embodying love. And so I'm out with like 5 girlfriends at a happy hour. And we're sitting there and he just walks in and he begins setting up, and then he just starts playing the saxophone. And apparently, I guess the restaurant, is paying him to come and play. And we're outside, and it's like a very beautiful day. This is in April 4th to be exact. And we're out there having drinks or whatever. It's just us, all 5 of us, and I'm with some beautiful women. I'm not with, I'm with some beautiful women. So he's done playing the saxophone, and I'm literally about to give this man away. I asked one of the girls, like, oh, he's attractive. You want me to hook you up? And she's like, oh, no, da. Like she was too good. So anyways, okay. Fast forward, he's done playing, and this man literally pulls a chair next to me and starts talking to me like they were not there, like they didn't exist. And and I'm like, what? Okay, so why did you, out of all of us, like, how did you even decide that? So anyhow, the girls are like, check please, and they leave, and we stay there and we talk the whole night. They closed the restaurant down, and we ended up leaving or whatever. So from the beginning, I was like, I want relationship, I want this, I want commitment, give me this, give me that. And he's like, so then the minute I was like, you know what, it's okay, I don't want anything, I'm good. Like, I just let it go. Like, just let it go. Like, you know what? It's okay. I'm just was extremely attracted to.
I want to ask you, because I know that you said last time when you were talking that you just let it go. Do you let it go because deep down you feel like you're not worthy of it? Like, you don't feel like you can have it? because I used to be on that same type of timing as well. I just let things be, like, whatever, I'll be okay. So, and that's mostly, go ahead.
Not necessarily because I felt that I couldn't have it, because I felt like if I felt I couldn't have it, that man would have never said anything to me, if that makes sense. I already, obviously, and embody it and imagine that, yes, it is a possibility for that man to be interested in me. I'm also attractive, but also at the same time, it's like when I'm saying let go, like, just let it go, let it be, like, nothing more, nothing less, like, let it be. It would be whatever it's going to be, like, just let it be. Stop trying to push for it so hard. And what end up happening is that, like anything that we're taught, that we try to hold on to it so tight, you end up actually pushing it away from you. And so when I just let it go, and I wouldn't text this man, I wouldn't call this man, I wouldn't do anything, then now all of a sudden tables turn and he's checking for me, calling for me, trying to see where I'm at. So I even broke it off with him at one point, because I don't block this man. I don't stop talking to this man. I told him, you go your way, I'll go mine. All kind of stuff. And he's like, man, she's crazy. So then when I invited him back in, I'm like, invited him back in, and I called him. I thought he would have blocked the phone. That's really what I thought, but he didn't block it. And he was so happy to hear from me. He was like, oh, I can't believe you trying to do conversation. And I was like, okay, I got to go. Bye. He's like, what? So it's funny because after that, I let it go. And I'm basically saying all that to say that as soon as it's same thing, as soon as I let it go, like, you know what, whatever. Now he's like, coming in more this way. Like we'll text more and we'll call more. Like even FaceTime, like FaceTiming me to like check up on me and see what he wasn't doing any of that before. But it's just like, it seems like every time when you do the opposite is what actually works. So I'm learning
that assumption. You literally just that was the assumption right there. Every time you don't do anything, if you do the opposite, it works. And that's why when you just stop, then all of a sudden they show up, because that's what you believe.
Oh, okay.
Right. Because the question is this? So, is this like a game you like playing, or is it?
Yeah, that's what
do you want a relationship? Because yes, you can play this cat and mouse. I can act like I don't, and I can act like I do. I can act like I don't, and I can act like I do. But what do you want? Do you want a relationship, or do you want this cat and mouse type game?
I want a relationship.
Neither one is wrong.
Yeah,
because there's no judgment there. But if you like the cat and mouse to play for, I ain't really trying to look for nothing serious. I like when sometimes I'm into him, he don't really feel it. But when I ain't really into him, then he really feel it. If you like that, that's cool. But if you're looking for,
I mean, like, I want a committed relationship. What I realized that I want at 45.
Well, then committed relationships takes no games. It doesn't require. It's effortless.
Right.
It requires. It doesn't. It's not. Oh, if I'm into him, he gonna back off. Nope. I'm into my husband. He ain't backing up off me. Like what?
Right. No. So that's kind of like, and that's why I said more like when I just let it go and just let it be. Like if he decides, he walks out of my life.
That's it. You're saying he decides. Who
gets to decide? You're giving him free will.
Who's
right.
He don't got no free will.
He has no free will. So I decide. Right. Yep. Okay, I see what y'all are saying. Like I keep going back and forth and back and forth.
You're creating the reality of the cat and mouse.
Right.
This is your assumption. Like Noreen said, you assume that you have to do this in order to get a man's attention. When I'm telling you, don't have to do nothing but be.
You don't have to do a thing. You don't have to go and change your hair. You don't have to go get that BBL. You don't have to go get a snatch waist or all the stuff that these girls talk about today. Oh, you don't have to ignore them, because there is this saying where they're like, oh, if you ignore the man, that he'll want you more. Like, what? You don't have to do a thing. Neville said you don't have to lift the finger regarding what you want. So when it comes to these men, girl, you don't have to do anything. You're the goddess of your reality.
So you just say, this is what I want.
You do is going to be effortless, and it's not going to feel like you're trying too hard or like you're stepping your bounds or I'm chasing him. That whole psychological warfare you got going on in your mind. Stop it. Unnecessary. When you know that you are the one, and they're there to like I tell people, okay, so we talked about this maybe a couple of weeks ago, and it was a lady saying that she sees relationships as should be beneficial. She should be
Mm-hmm.
benefiting in it in some kind of way. I'm
Mm.
like, okay, so you see relationships as transactional.
Mm.
I see relationships as unconditional, and I see it as a one-player game again. My husband's the way he is because of my assumptions about him. I'm the way I am to him because of his assumptions about
Don't
me.
just say me, and then the
Right?
both of you
So
attract
however
each
he
other.
perceiving me is how I'm showing up
I
for him,
perceiving
and
him.
however I'm
Okay.
perceiving him is how he's showing up for me.
Okay, that
So
makes sense.
I
Why do
assume.
you think too?
Go ahead.
Why do you think too? Like, you hear people say, "Oh, when he was with me, he treated me like shit, but when now he's with that girl, he's treating her like a queen." Because I can guarantee you, her self concept is completely different than yours.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, it's even like such as like you hear the saying a lot. Men don't want good girls; they want hoes, and da 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 da. Like that,
They
like
want bitches.
yeah.
But here's the thing. That's where the now the assumption has to change. Now it can't be what do men want. It has to be
Right.
what do
What
I
do
want.
What do I want?
It's what
Exactly.
do I want. It's not what women should want or how relationships should go or what's the rules to relationship or how who should do what and who should. No, what do you as an individual one player game see your relationship
Yep.
and then live from that. There is no should in relationships. So there are relationships where the woman is the breadwinner, but it works. There are stay-at-home dads where the woman goes out and you're right, but society will say, "Oh no, it shouldn't be that way." Oh no, but if it works, who the fuck can? You know what I'm saying? Like, stop letting
Right.
other people dictate to you what your life should look like.
And stop talking to your friends. Like, stop talking to your friends, or about your connections, like especially the ones that don't know about this type of knowing. And also
See, then I'm
gossiping
gonna
with
push
them.
back a little bit and say that's your law. Don't give me your law. You don't want to talk to your friends about your relationship. That don't need to
Yes.
be my law because I don't believe that anyone can mess up my relationship. Like what? No one has the power to do anything to my relationship. Like what?
You know,
Oh,
making
the only reason why I was saying that is because sometimes if you're not strong, like I'm not saying that she isn't, but especially when you're trying to consciously change your mind, and you are surrounded by people who may think otherwise. I just say limit that, So like if you're used to talking to your bestie every day about how men ain't shit, but you're consciously trying to change your mind, limit that conversation. Limit that if you know you're not strong minded yet and thinking differently. That's all
Why
I'm
are we
saying.
having a conversation about men ain't shit? Why is that even a conversation? But I'm saying I'm going to get me a good guy, but men ain't shit. How that work? How that work? How men ain't shit, and I'm talking about I'm manifesting a good guy that treats me so well. Oh, you'll never hear me say men ain't shit. That will never come out my mouth.
Because you attract what you already think, okay, that makes sense.
Because that's double-mindedness. How are
Yeah.
men shit but except yours? All men ain't shit except for yours.
Right.
Oh, you the exception and everybody else is. No, if you think men ain't shit, guess what? Neither is yours. Then men ain't shit. That mean ain't nobody. That mean all men ain't shit. Like what?
Because that's
Because
the
you just said all
reality.
men ain't shit.
That's a
That
reality
mean
that
all men.
because that's the reality that you put in out there. So
Right.
it really takes.
Remember, you're always telling a story. You're always telling a story. You're always writing a story. Always.
Yep.
You get what you say. What do you say?
You
But we
give
have
what you
Kevin.
say.
We have an older gent, my brother. Hello from another mother. How are you, Kevin? Are you there?
He got on mute.
Or maybe.
Yes,
Hey,
I'm here.
hey.
I know you guys are having your women talk, so I don't need to interrupt that. That's always going to be an ongoing conversation. I've been saying in the chat that all is mind. All is mind. Let that sink in. All
is the mind.
is mind.
Mm.
I say it again for
All
those in the back.
is the mind.
All is
Is
mind.
mind. Okay.
How do you find your true love? You have to find it in you.
Bingo.
How do you find someone that treats you the way you want to be treated? You have to treat you the way you want to be treated. Why? Because all is mind. So what did I say? Some things, certain things, particular things? No. All is mind.
Okay, I'm taking notes.
Now let's make it
I'm learning.
more personal. All is your mind. Let's make it specific. All is your mind. So when you're trying to seek someone else's opinion, you're getting inside of their mind, not your mind. Everything is your mind. Everything you're looking for outside of you is a reflection of what's inside of you. As within, so without. All is mind. The first commandment, there's only two. Christ said there's only two commandments. They're all summed up in the two. Love thy God with all thy heart, all thy soul, and for all thy what? Mind. I don't want to go to the second commandment, which is like unto the first, which is the same as the first. Before you get there, you have to love thy God with all thy mind. Where is God? He's in you.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Well, if he's in you, all the love that you will ever find is you.
Mm-hmm.
You already have it. It already exists.
It's already there all the time.
Can you give me something you do not have?
Nope.
No. I don't care how bad I want it, or I don't care how bad you want to give it to me. You cannot give me something you don't have. So what do you have? You have love. And you have to be aware that you are love. You're not separate from love. Love and you are one and the same. And your first responsibility, the first thing you have to give an account for is loving you.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever say, if I could just find somebody to love me the way I love me or the way I want to be loved, and your 3D is saying, I know that's right, because they're looking for it from you. You want the desire, you want it from yourself. If you're saying, God got me, God got somebody for me, or you say there's a pot, there's a lid for every pot, you're the lid for your pot. You're the lid for your pot. Just like I say, you are the reason for your season. Anytime you try to think of or put a God outside of you, you're creating separation where it doesn't exist.
Right.
There
Okay.
is nothing outside of you.
I'll unsilence his text message then.
Yeah, there is no outside of you. In me, the speaking to you, I can speak to you and speak to me at the same time because
Right.
we're one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a part of you and you are a part of me. That's how it works. So if you see something in me you don't like, all you got to do is change you. If I see something in you I don't like, all I got to do is change me. That don't mean I got to get on the phone and talk to somebody about you or gossip about you. Just change me. Because that's where the source is coming from. All I'm doing is looking at a mirror. That's all I'm doing. That's all of us do. We look at our own mirror. And too many times we see a stain or a spot on the mirror that we want to get rid of and we wipe the mirror instead of changing the person in the mirror.
Look at the person and look at you first, the person in the mirror.
It's only you.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
There is nothing outside of you. Everything you look at is a reflection of your perspective. Everything you look at, everything you interact with, everything you do, it's all a part of who you are. The game. You are you experiencing you. I know I get on here and teach, preach, or get on a soapbox.
Man,
But
don't
it's all out
stop.
of
Keep
love.
doing your thing. You know, I can tell you it was so powerful, and I could only listen because it's usually prosperous tea that gives me my fruit for the day when I chime in. But man, it's so good hearing it from you, and reassuring and confirming everything that she has taught me from the beginning, because she's helped me so much. And I thank you, Kev. That's beautiful, man. And I didn't mean to interrupt. Please continue.
Well, I know for me, I'm new to a lot of these things, and of course, coming from the religion and Christianity is kind of scary because you just can't believe that it's a whole nother thing out here that actually exists. And then it's like, is this really a thing? And every time you try and you know, it's like, well, it don't hurt to try. Let's just try it and see what happened. And that's kind of like how I came into a lot of this stuff, and through researching and studying, and because I'm a truth seeker. Like, I want to know the truth. Like, I didn't want people to just be telling me something from a pulpit and then I'm going to swallow it whole. Like, I want to know what is the truth. And so that's how I got here for me. And so it can be a very lonely road. But even in just talking about this kind of stuff, it helps me to put it into even more perspective. Like how when we first start talking, you know, I'm thinking like, oh, just change the things about yourself that you don't like. That's self love and da da da. When according to our conversation today, it's simply you are already loved. You don't have to do anything. And see, this is the kinds of things that are not taught, because if I teach you this, then you begin to scratch the surface of how powerful you really are. And we don't want that for you. We can't have a whole nation discovering their power, because then they're really going to overthrow us. So that's really what the fear is. So they have to create their own different kind of fear to put in us so that we
Only
can
thing
be
you need to overthrow is your
distracted.
old mindset.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you need to overthrow. Stop worrying about other people. Who cares about other people?
Okay.
Ain't
Yeah.
no them. There is no them. Remember, there's only you in the world.
Okay. Let me put that in my note. Let me
This
put
is
that in my.
your
Cause
wonder. You are Alice in Wonderland. This is your
there is,
Disneyland. This is Toonie in Wonderland. What are you wondering?
there
Because that's
is.
what your brain
You
thinks.
said there is no them, because you said
There is
it
no
two,
them.
three times. It's
Yes,
like,
there is no them.
okay, got it.
No one's keeping. Here's the thing. People say that they don't want us to know it. Then why do you know now? If they didn't want you to know, if they could keep it from you, they would have kept it from you. But you know now, right?
But I know that's what.
Like you know now, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, because
why do we know now if they didn't want us to know? Why do we know then?
okay. So and it's kind of hard. Like you have to you have to think of these things every day, just like how we worship every day in essence, but not worshiping in the right sense to this kind of concept, like wrapping your mind around that there is no them, like letting all of that stuff go every single day, like to where it's ingrained more in your mind that this is what it is. So you don't almost come to a place where it's not a second thought, like, or you don't have to remind yourself like, oh yeah, there is no them, it's just me, and it all begins with me. And just saying that kind of stuff to yourself every single day is almost more powerful than, oh, I love me and I'm beautiful and all that other kind of stuff, because it's like, well, you, based on what we're saying today, you are already all of that. You're already perfect and wonderfully made, just like the Bible says. You're already perfect. You don't have to
Isn't
do
that something?
anything.
The Bible told you that, and then religion told you that you wasn't.
Right. Exactly. So, and the very point that I'm making is because, like we said earlier in our conversation, that we were not taught the Bible in the right whatever the word you want to put there. We weren't taught it in that way. And so if we were taught it in that way, then that's powerful.
But now you are. Now you are.
But
Here's the
now,
thing: we came to experience duplicity, so then we can go back to oneness.
okay.
Right? We experience duality. We fell in duality, and we awaken in oneness and unity. Come into this third dimensional plane, you come into the world of duality. When you awaken on this third dimensional plane, you awaken in unity and oneness. Although you still have some people still try to divide infinity. They still would try to tell you, oh, you're not your body. You're not your thought. They still want to divide consciousness. Can't divide consciousness. Consciousness is everything. There's no such thing that what consciousness is not. There's nothing that consciousness is. I am everything, and everything is I am.
Mm-hmm.
But you will hear people try to bring in that division, but you can't divide, multiply, add, or subtract from infinity. And you are infinite.
That makes a lot of sense. You're an infinite being. And so if I separate, the separation and the division is how
The
they
illusion.
keep you, yes, and how they keep you in
No
fear. Because,
they. That's how you keep yourself
oh, no, they.
divided.
Oh, okay.
You're still eating off the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Every time you say they, you make it two when there's only
Oh,
one.
I see. How you keep yourself divided. Wow. That's deep. Hmm.
I have a
Yeah, so.
question.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Noreen.
So, I don't know exactly what scripture it is. I just know that it says, I know it was Jesus that was speaking, and he said, in my Father's house are many mansions.
Gotcha.
If it were not, I would have told you so. And I think it says, I go to prepare a place for you. Now, I know that first part, metaphysically, it means within your mind that are different states of consciousness that you can choose from.
Mm-hmm.
But the part where he says, I go to prepare a place for you, what does that mean?
Your imagination goes forth.
Yeah, your thoughts.
So, oh, somebody's on speaker. When you decide what you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like when Noah talks about going to Barbados, right? He wants to go to Barbados. You remember that?
Right.
He went to Abdullah and said, hey, I can't. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
you're in Barbados. You're in Barbados. Like nothing's happening. Nothing's taking place, right? He said, I went to sleep and I could smell the sea salt. I could see the palm trees. I could feel the air, everything. He went in imagination. He went to prepare the place mentally, fourth dimensionally. Third dimensionally, his body was still in New York.
Right.
Fourth dimensionally, he was in Barbados. So he went to prepare a place. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I'll come again and receive you unto myself. So who's the me? The body. Now I'm going to receive the body because where I am, there you must also be. So wherever I am in consciousness, the body must follow.
Got it. Okay.
So when you decide that you're abundant because you see yourself abundant, Now the body has to take you to that abundance. So now now that body has to express abundance now, because you're consciously abundant. Even though third dimensionally, you may still be experiencing in your mind, from your appearance, that you're in a poverty state, right? But the moment you embody the consciousness of wealth, your world has to now reflect abundance. So you went to prepare a place of abundance, and where you went and prepared that place of abundance, now your body, your everything in you has to come and occupy that state.
Right. Also, what did he also mean when he said, I am the way and the truth and the light? I think it's anyone who comes through the Father must come through me, or something like that.
I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to me unless the Father within me draws him. So who's the Father? Your awareness. You are the truth, right? When Noreen speaks of herself, you say, I am, right? So when you say I am, you're saying, I am the truth. I am my own truth. So whatever I believe to be true will be true. I am the way. I am the way into every manifestation, regardless if it's good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. I'm the way. I'm the reason for the season. I am the light. Well, I'm the light of the world. I am the life. I give life to every situation. How? Through my attention, through my focus. And nothing is coming to me unless what? I draw it. My awareness is drawing everything to my experience. I am the magnet, right? That's why it's called the law of attraction. I am attracting life to me based on what? My assumptions.
Right. Okay. Got it.
It all begins and ends with you. Every story in the Bible is the same story. From Genesis to Revelations, it's telling you what you think about, you bring about. As a man, Proverbs, as a man thinks in his heart, so is he. You are the cause for everything in your world. Why? As Kevin said, all is mind and all is your mind. Everything that's going on in your mind will be going on in your world. So if you want to know what's going on in your mind, look at your world.
Right.
But if you want things to change in your world, you look in your mind. See, your world is telling you where your mind was. Your mind tells you where your world is going, right? What your world will become based on what's going on in your mind. See, that's a thin line, right? Because I can look at my world and say, I see poverty. But in my mind, I see abundance. So now it's, well, who you're going to believe? Whose report are you going to believe? What your senses detect or what your mind says? Well, what does the script say? I must walk by faith and not by sight. So when I'm deciding to change my reality, I now have to live from within and let the world catch up to me. I don't catch up to the world. I don't change the world. Remember, I let the world catch up to me.
Right.
Yep. And say, how do you live within? Your thoughts. Your thoughts are things. So what does the script says? In the beginning was the word. What's the word? Your idea, your thought life, your intention, your choices, your decision. That's your word. And that word was with God, and that word was God. And in the word, what? Becomes flesh. Now it becomes an experience. So whatever you're experiencing on the inside, you're going to experience on the outside. So how do I live within? How do I change my life of poverty when I'm saying that I'm abundant? Well, so Neville would say, well, how would it feel now that now I'm abundant? Well, guess what I'm not doing? I'm not talking about I don't ever have enough, that I'm broke as a joke, that it's hard to get by. That I'm not ever speaking a life of lack because I claim abundance. So now I have to change my conversation. My inner conversation about money must change. I must recognize not only do I have abundance or that I have money, I recognize that I am money, that I am the source of my abundance. And so when I talk about money, I never come from a place of lack or not having enough. I understand that my cup runs over. So my inner conversation must change. That means when I'm in the shower and money comes to mind, what do I say? Am I talking about, oh my goodness, I can't believe they raised rent? No. Oh, I can't believe that eggs cost this. No. Oh, I can't believe that gas prices. No, we're not having that conversation anymore. Now I'm thinking from the place, oh, now that I have a no, oh, where do I want to travel to? Oh, I'm going to go. Yes, I have this dress that I always wanted. Now how I'm going to get the dress. Not how I'm going to get to the destination. But now that I am in the destination, I'm experiencing the destination. Because with this law, you have to live from the end is where you begin. The end is where you begin. Now that I am abundant, how do I talk? How do I dress? And do this in your mind. And then you can even act it out. Like, so I don't work, right? But I shop. I got a lot of clothes. Guess what I started doing? I used to not get dressed every day because I didn't work. And I was like, only if I went somewhere. And a lot of you know I watch The Gilded Age. And so I'm looking at The Gilded Age and it's like, oh, these people are dressing 3 or 4 times a day and they ain't going nowhere but in their house. They getting up dressed for breakfast. They dressing for lunch. They dressing for dinner. And they dressing, I'm like, I ain't got to do all that. But I'm buying all these clothes and, it's always from the thought of when I go somewhere. And I'm like, I don't need to go no damn where. I'm getting up, putting on my clothes. Every day, I'm going to get dressed and I'm going to wear my clothes. Is what the hell I bound for just because I can? No, I want to wear them even if I don't go somewhere every day. That's enough because now I'm going to do it for me. A change of mind for me. A change of reality for me. Because at the time I thought, oh, you only get dressed if you're going somewhere. No, that's a lie. Get dressed for myself. That's just something I did for myself. But hey, B Up and D Rich, how are you fellas? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
What's up, T? I see you in your bag today, girl.
How you doing, Miss Toyia?
Oh, I'm great. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks for letting me in the Facebook group.
Oh, of course. Yes. All are welcome. Join our Facebook.
Well, I come to share news.
Okay.
So, I laid myself off.
Oh
Look
my
at
God.
you.
Congratulations.
Look, wait a minute, D-Rich, you about the 4th person talking about a shift in jobs. Like,
Right.
this has been the running.
Go.
First, Mia started it. Then, everybody has been talking about these
That's
shifts.
crazy.
Like, Divination was just saying, oh my goodness, there's definitely a shift going on. Okay, tell us about it. What's going on?
So I won't call out my job name because it's a public platform, but what I will say is that the place I worked, I had a great salary at that time, or at least what was great for my past mindset. But for periodically from time to time they would have layoffs, and my wife was like, they're never going to lay you off. You make this company too much money. And I was like, no. Not only are they gonna lay me off, they're gonna pay me to leave. Well, yesterday was my last day, and I got a package that will take care of me for the next year.
Let's go.
Well, what other people were saying, I had a lot of joy. People was like, why are you so happy? This is such a sad time, and what are we going to do? And I was like, well, I already know where I'm at. I already know what I'm doing. I've been living in this place mentally for quite some time. The physical is just catching up, and this is just one of those stages taking me to Paris, where I want to take my wife in. Well, I shouldn't say one, where me and my wife live right now, currently in my headspace. A week trip to Paris where she can just do what she wants, eat, shop, have the experience that she
Let's
wants.
go.
Congratulations, brother.
Thank you, man. Y'all know y'all my family. I love what you do with this group. And, I've shared so many stories, but I figure I'd come and share my latest, right? And, man, I love what you do, man. The way that you've been breaking things down for them, amazing, always spot on, especially when you said we're born into duality, but we wake up to singleness. Come on now. you teaching here today, girl. You hear me? Oh, I did have the seminars.
Yeah,
at the church I told you about.
Man, I was telepathically asking you that because that was going to be my question when you stopped. I was definitely going to ask you about that seminar. Go ahead.
Come on, I am working them through the progress. So I start off with the question was, who am I in Christ? And I was like, well, Christ has like 4 characteristics, and I had them go through characteristic types. And it's a journey to lead them back into oneness, like what you do. But I know I can't, with the group I'm working with, I just can't jump on them, day one. So they loved it. I spoke for 4 hours.
4 hours.
I did
4 hours. You put that work in, as they say.
Look, they paid me for coming.
Look.
And I thought I was just talking to normal people, right? No, it was an audience of nothing but pastors, bishops, deacons.
Because here's the thing, they want the secret sauce. They're not gonna get it to the parishioners. They want the secret sauce. They ready to level up and understand this magic that we are working with.
Come on. And they want me to come back and do 2 or 3 more. So I got a series book with them.
Look at that.
Anyways, man, but what you doing? I love coming up in here. I love when people who are kind of early in the early stages come up and they ask you questions, how you make things so plain. It's like when I watch you, I know I'm just watching a reflection. When I hear, Kevin speak, I know I'm listening to a reflection, because those are the things that we do naturally. So I'm always honored, and I appreciate you. I don't know if people come up here and let you know, but I know you probably sing your own praise. So this is just a reflection of what you've been doing lately. Because you doing the damn thing, girl.
Oh, thank you.
I'm all about that internal swag. I am not humble with mine. I tell people all the time, I know who I am.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on.
The last time we was on, because I do lives twice a week now. So when we was on here on Wednesday, and Healthy OG came up and he was talking about humility. And I was like, oh, no, we don't do humble over here. I started singing Ego by Beyonce. Ego so
Come
big,
on now.
you must admit, I got every reason to feel like I'm that bitch. Ego so strong. If you ain't know, I don't need no beat. I can sing it with piano. Yes, I'm like, we ain't humble over here. We don't do humble.
Come on now. My wife was like, babe, I love you. And, we've been together for a long time. She's like, but since day one, you've always been so arrogant. I was like, that's not the proper word choice, but I will accept it. Because I know who I am.
Hey.
So, anyways, I'm not doing humble.
Yes.
Come on now. Anyways, man, thank you for allowing me to come up and speak. I just wanted to share my recent story, right? And
man, were they asking questions after? Did you have time to do Q&A, and did they come up after the seminar?
Yeah.
4 hours, man.
Come on.
I know you had to drop the hammy on, and you going back 2 more times. Wow.
Yeah. So in the midst of it, I built the course. Like I said, I take people through a process that all is a reflection of you. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through in stages. Then we're gonna bring it all together. So I have a formula called who, what, why, how, right? And some people have to learn that way. Not everybody could just take it all in at once. And then when we get to the how, I just talk about, the internal marriage is what I call it. Like when the Bible was referring to, how a man should love his wife, that's the internal marriage with the conscious and subconscious mind. So, but when I got to the internal marriage, I always start external first. And this is like towards the end, right? And letting them know that, hey, you know what? Sometimes when, your significant other shows up, your nervous system or your thoughts maybe respond in one way, and you keep cycling these same type of relationships, body changing, right? Height changes, but similar mindsets that you keep attracting over and over again. I was like, and you want her to change, but the real person that needs to change is you. And when I see they did that, the men were looking, you
I know
see.
they were. What are you talking about? I don't need to change. No, she needs to submit.
You know what I'm saying? So it was one brother back there. He wasn't, had any quote unquote official title. You could tell he was living a different lifestyle. But he was like, oh, no, he talking about me. And it was like, and the guy who brought me was like, look, guys, we've already been here for 4 hours, right? We're gonna bring him back. You know.
That's good. That's good.
So we basically, to summarize, I start off with the external, the 3D, you know, but I also let them know that 3D is reflecting the internal, but we end up internal. Like, no, you're it. And there's only, you know, ways you can move. You can move as a creator and identify you move as a creator, or you can continue to operate from the archetypes of a villain, a victim, or a hero. But that's on you. All of them have their strengths, all of them have their weaknesses. That's on you. Or you can realize I create this all. You know, so
beautiful.
We have fun.
It sounds like it. That sounds like it. Wow. That's what's up. Man, pastors and bishops, huh? No layman. No layman was in the cut.
It was one layman in there. Now here's
one
the thing.
Oh my goodness.
One. And that was
all leadership. Like all leadership getting this good stuff. You
should
ask them, are you gonna bring this to y'all members? Did you ask them? Are you gonna?
Oh, from my understanding, you know, because the guy who brought me, he offered it to, you know, members and, you know, multiple churches. I was like, you know, I'm just gonna show up. I'm gonna let you handle all the logistics. You know, that's none of my concern, right? I'm only gonna show up with the message, right? You know, and a way for you guys to contact with me if you want me to come back in the future. So he put the logistics together. He said he put it out to all the men in the community, you know, but these are the people that showed up. Now, here's the thing. I didn't know any of their titles because I told him I don't want to know who's in the audience. Now, if you want to ask them at the end to introduce themselves, allow them to do so. Yeah, I'm just coming with this message because I don't want to be swayed on. So, no, they introduced themselves at the end. Matter of fact, you know what's even magnificent, I would say? My Cash App still blowing up. I got money today from that event. And that happened 2 weeks ago.
Woo! Let's go. That's what I'm saying. When people were saying that, you know, the church wouldn't have no money, people will still pay for this. The church don't have to not tell the truth. And the money will still circulate. People will still bless other people for this knowledge. It happens. You know, the money will still flow. It will still be in circulation. It was.
And here's the last thing. I'm sorry. I know I talked about money. I didn't ask for a dime. I just showed up.
The problem is when you don't provide any value and you ask for money, but you gave value, so they was willing to give money.
Yeah.
But they already paid up front, right?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought you said you got paid for it.
I did. I did.
Okay.
It took up donations on the spot. What are you talking about?
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. All right. Let's go. They call them free will. Let's go. Let's bless the speaker. Let's go. Open up them pocketbooks. Let's go. They know how it going. Let's bless the speaker. Let's bless.
You know, when I went down there, you know, we talked about, and he was like, I want to make sure you get paid, the guy who brought me, right? I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to let the universe handle all this. The God in me is handling all this, right? The God in me knows exactly what I need and what I saw in my business. Now, you want to talk about so I'm going to give you a small story within that story. So before I went, I built a small site for them, called it Seeky, right? Had the programs in there, it had the pricing in there, and I have, an associate, and she was reviewing the site. She's like, oh, this is good, especially for this one event. I created how Chat GPT, you can create GPTs within Chat GPT. I created a GPT within Chat GPT. So if they want to go back in and ask themselves follow-up questions when I'm not around, they can use that. Kind of help them, because I programmed it with hey, they say this should be the response, the whole back and forth, because So now she's looking at the site and she's like, well, how many people, for these prices on this? Because I put prices on the site, right? Mm-hmm. How many people for, and I was like, I don't know, whoever show up. She's like, no, only 20 to 25 for this price. I was like, all right, cool, whatever. So later on, the guy who was coordinating the event, he called me, right? Mm-hmm. And he was like, this how many people showing up. It was the same amount of people she said. Right? Now, I never showed him the site. I walked away with the same amount of money plus my Cash App is still going off as the price on the site.
Yes! Woo!
Look, it works now. But
that's beautiful.
I just wanted to share, and I like to connect people to success. I love when you have these moments, you allow us to share our stories because I want people to understand. Like you said, come on now, you been teaching today. You got me fired up talking about amen in the chat. The when you said the 3D shows you what your mind had in the past or reflecting the past, but your mind will show you where you're going. No, mind is showing. No, 3D shows you where your mind has been. Your mind will show you where you're going. That was good, right? Come on now, you hear me? That was good.
And I think that's the first time I ever said it like that.
Look, that's gold. You hear me? So when I thought about my story, I was like, yo,
say it one more time. Say it one more time for the people in the back.
Oh, I'm gonna let T say it. It's her saying. I mean, that's her thing. Come on.
Right, the 3D speaker is showing you where you've been. Your mind is showing you where you're going.
Yes. Now the speaker in me could turn that to a whole speech now.
I know, right? So you can break that all the way down. Break it
all the way down. All the way down.
Oh my God. And my husband just reminded me that I did. So we were talking on my last live. I know Kevin Potter remember. He was on the last live. Because we do Wednesdays, we do Manifesting Wednesdays every Wednesday night, 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you guys want to come back and join us, because I only go live twice a week now. And we're talking about getting merchandise. So I did what A-Town and Latoxic, they said go to their website. I can't even think of the name of it. I can't even think of the name of the website now. What is it? What is the name? Are y'all still in here? A-Town and Latoxic? Are y'all still here? I forgot the name of the website, but I went and they don't have the products available yet, but I went and I did some merch. So I have Printify. Thank you, Latoxic. And I took one of my sayings and I put it on a t-shirt, fall in love with you and they will too. And so I got mugs, I got t-shirts, and I got
oh, that's gonna hit.
A hoodie. And so the hoodie has so the back has Prosperous Living with Toyia, and then the front has fall in love with you and they will too. And so I'll let you guys know when it's when the products are available for sale. So I did pre-order one. I did order one for me. So when mine come, I'll be able to show you. I did order a hoodie. So I'll be able to show you guys what it looks like or what have you. And then on the mug, I have also, so the mug has like a little leaf type thing because it say fall in love. So it has a leaf type thing for fall in love with you and they will too. And then it also has the name of the platform, Prosperous Living with Toyia.
Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing.
So I gotta think of some other sayings. I may use that saying what I just said. I gotta start writing this stuff down.
Look, man.
Your 3D shows you where you've been. Your mind is telling you where you're going. Like,
hey. When you tune in, it just flows out. Like I remember I used to write a lot of poetry. And people like, how can you write a poem so fast? I'm like, look, man, my grammar sucks. My spelling sucks. And I own that when I say sucks. I don't care. Right. I'm a creator, right? But when these hooks come out, they flow like water. I don't know where they come from. You hear me? I'm just tapped in and letting it go. That's it. So I will share this with you, my next move. So at my previous company, I have over 20 years of experience when it comes to like management for large audiences. Like I would manage, when I first started off 12 employees, then I went to 100, 300. My last position, I was managing, thousands. Like I was in headquarters. And, I've held multiple different positions from customer service to mid-level management to senior analysts and operations, right? And remember I said that things flow, who, what, why, how. But when we talk about in the business world, that would turn out to be marketing, sales, customer service, and then you have like your administration. Administration is like your paperwork, your finances, and your SOP, standard operation procedures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, with the AI knowledge I have and have been attaining, I am going to create an all-in-one um, operational software powered by AI called Single Stack. So most softwares only focus on getting leads, right? They
Mm-hmm.
don't focus on the whole process. They don't focus on the standard operating procedures for most businesses, right? And the reason why I chose the word single stack is, or that's my way of encoding the knowledge, into business while people, realizing they're getting it. So they're gonna learn this either way.
Nice. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, we already know. It's what's the word? It's I can't think of the word, having a brain fart. But successful. That's what it is. Successful.
Oh,
You already know it's
look, man.
successful.
Listen,
Congratulations.
just even though I'm talking
Congratulations.
about, I still get goosebumps as I'm talking about. It's like, oh, because everything's going according to plan. um,
Yes.
you know, one last thing. I came up with this idea. Call it flow intelligence. So I'm going to break it down: spiritual intelligence, human intelligence, AI intelligence. Everything's all one. And so I'm taking through the 3 stages. How do you have the power within? How for spiritual, how everybody's born with a gift or talent. That's your human. And then how to take that information and put it in artificial intelligence and magnify it on the internet. And most people don't know this. You can run an AI program to scrape the entire internet to identify the top selling products. Have AI redistribute it for you, and you just walk away.
Yes, 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 yes. And
I'm
if you
being
guys
content
want to
with you.
see, I did attach my link to my the Printify. I did my store to my link tree. So you can go to my link tree in my bio if you want to go check out the hoodies and the shirts that and the mugs that I have on there. Like I said, I don't know. I guess they'll alert me when the products are available to order. But you can go on the site and at least look at what I have on there. It's the
All
link
right,
tree in
yeah.
my bio.
Everybody in here today, y'all make sure y'all go check out my girl Prosperous Tea, man. Check out the products that's available. And when it comes, man, y'all support your girl. Make sure we go grab a cup, a hoodie, t-shirt, because we know we all believe in ourselves and we should be marketing this thing to let everybody know self-belief starts within and
Yeah.
everything around me reflects. Come on now, y'all support my girl T.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, B up. What was you about to say?
No, I was just saying congratulations to D Rich, and I'm be in touch with you. I'm about to message you right now too.
Who, me or D Rich?
D Rich.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Right. Yes. Oh, this is so beautiful. Yes. Yes. This is amazing, guys. Oh my goodness. Such amazing live once again. Once again. Had an amazing time. What time is it? How long I've been on this thing? Almost a 4-hour tour. But it was beautiful. So yes, so go ahead, D Rich.
Now we're laughing because it said 4 hours and it's circling it back again.
Yeah, because
You
you
be
did
putting in
you
that
did
work.
4 hours, yeah. And then maybe next Saturday we'll talk about relationships. Because I'm sticking to 2 days a week. I'm only Wednesdays and Saturdays. So every Wednesday, manifesting. Of course, if you come on Wednesday and you want to speak about relationships, we can. But manifesting Wednesdays is we're talking about all things manifestation. You got questions, you have stories. It's kind of something like this setup, but this setup can kind of veer off to talking about religion and those type of things. But on Wednesdays, we specifically is geared toward manifesting and talking about success stories and asking questions.
What
And
time?
next Saturday, if you guys want to talk, every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you're Eastern, that's 6 p.m. And if you're Pacific, that would be 3 p.m.
And then Saturday morning.
Yeah, Saturday mornings, that can change. It depends on how I feel. I don't have no set time for that.
Okay, that's real. I know
That could
that's
be
right.
any time between 10 and 12 p.m., 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. It depends on how I feel on Saturday morning. But when we start the book club, head over to the Facebook group, Prosperous Living with Toyia. We'll start the book club January 10th. So you can put your vote in for what book, or if you have a book suggestion that everyone can vote on, you can go over to Prosperous Living with Toyia, the Facebook group. We'll be starting the book club January 10th. That'll be at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That will be a fixed time for the book club. And
What
so
day?
right now, the book that's in the lead is Neville Goddard's book, The Power of Awareness. There are other good books on the poll. I don't recall all of them. I think The World is Your Mirror is one of them. I think a couple of books by Dr. Joe Dispenza. I think Wallace D. Waddles. So there's several books to choose from. Right now, Neville Goddard's book is in the lead.
The power of awareness.
Yep.
So the January 10th, 10 a.m. What day? You said
That's a
January.
Saturday. That's a Saturday.
Oh, Saturday. Okay.
Yeah, every Saturday starting January 10th, we'll be doing the book club. And then also I have free books in my bio as well. In the link tree in the bio, I have the 30-day transformation journey. I have the recipe for life. That's a manifestation book based off the scripture in Mark 11:24. Therefore, I say to you, whatever you desire when you pray, believe you have received it and you shall. It's based on 4 steps. 4 steps is really 1 step decision. It says desire, whatever you desire, that's you deciding. When you pray, that's you deciding, acknowledging that what you're asking for already exists. Believe, that's acceptance, that's deciding that it's yours. And 4, it shall be. Just receive it and you shall have it. So the 4 steps are really 1. Once you make a decision, everything else falls into place. You just have to remain faithful to your decision.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then also it's the Daily Diamond Gems. Those are that's just a book of affirmations and scriptures. The 30-day transformation journey is also a book of, that's a daily 30-day where I give you an affirmation and a scripture, and then I give you like a practical application of the scripture in that book, the 30-day transformation journey. So if you're ready to start off the new year, and every day is a new year, you must know that every day is a new year. So if you're ready to start off your new year and you need help transforming the mind to think differently about yourself, 30-day transformation journey, it's all free. I do have a membership on YouTube. If you want to watch the recaps of Manifesting Wednesdays, you can join the membership for 99 cents a month, and you can rewatch all of the Manifesting Wednesdays that we do. The recap will be on. And now I do all recaps. I have all about 1,800 videos on YouTube. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel. Watch all the videos. Most lives I've done, you'll find the recaps on YouTube. Just on Manifesting Wednesdays, that's 99 cents a month. That's the only thing I charge for, the recaps for the Manifesting Wednesdays. Go ahead, Noreen.
I have a question. Why is it that when we're changing our mindsets, the body resists so hardly? Like, so for my situation with finances, like when I'm speaking in my favor regarding finances, I feel like a really tight feeling in my chest. And like the more I continue to, think in my favor, it's like that feeling in my chest continues to get tighter. I'm not sure why that happens.
Yeah, it's twofold. It's because we've been told that life is a struggle. So you've accepted that in order to change, you must struggle for the change. And so your body says you're exactly right. You want change, there has to be a struggle first. Things are always done according to your belief. But if you assumed that it would be done, that it's light and easy, that you stop thinking that life is a burden, but understand that life is light and easy, and you truly accepted that it was light and easy, you wouldn't struggle against yourself. You're basically telling yourself, oh, I can't have this with ease. There has to be a struggle there first. And so your body is always going to confirm your belief system. Always.
But how do you
And of course you also hear people talk about, because here's the thing, when I was listening to Neville Goddard and Dr. Joseph Murphy, there was no, oh, your nervous system has to be regulated. Oh, your body is fighting against it. Like, you didn't hear that. That's a new concept that we've added in today's language, because we always want to make it seem like we have to get there has to be a hurdle we have to get over. There's always this thing we have to climb. There's always, we got to walk through the fire. We always, like, everything has to be a difficult task. And so that's, your body has been conditioned to that.
Yeah, if I could add on to that, T, you're correct. They never speak to it. My background, that's them analyzing the process. Like, the mind, right, and then the end results is the habit, right, and that sequence of that repeated thought created a repeated behavior. Relationship, conscious, subconscious. That repeated behavior now becomes what confirms the thought, right? So when I hear people say, I'm struggling with change in my mind, they're still identifying with the confirmation of the old habit versus the new thought, and then allowing the new thought to develop the new habit. I'm not here to tell you guys how and when that habit formation will change, right? Unless someone asks me questions, I'll be like, okay, you can't go from A to Z, right? Where you're at. It's like a baby who's learning how to walk for the first time. We know the ability to walk is there. The baby will eventually walk, but the baby goes through stages. So when people be like, hey, I can't manifest from A to Z, my mind thinks, oh, this the person's mind is in that baby analogy. They're learning how to crawl. They're learning how to walk. So eventually they're going to think of, I'm crawling left hand, right hand, left knee, right, knee. Then I'm balancing. Then it's left, right. And then it's like I'm not thinking about it at all, because their mind is still processing things in steps until they can get away from the idea of processing things in steps. So when you hear people say like nervous regulation and all that other stuff, what they've identified as, hey, you know what, this process that's internal has a physical manifestation, and the nervous system is just a physical manifestation of that process that connects the conscious and the subconscious. So then they put it into their language and talk about it. But as we always said, it is the same process, right? Novell keeps it simple. Adula keeps it simple, but some people are still crawling, so they're like, hey, how do I go from step A to step B? But you're right. It is simple as making a decision and continue to make that mental decision, and the habit will form on its own. It will take over.
And the thing
Right?
is, when you find your body resisting that, stop struggling. Let it go. Give your mind to something else. You're trying to force yourself to believe you're rich. You're trying to force yourself to believe that you should have these finances. It's not about force. It's not about struggle. It's about surrender. You have to be willing to surrender, which means let go. Stop trying to make it so, because it already is.
But I thought you're changing your self-talk though, because that's what I'm doing. Changing my self-talk regarding money. So
okay, so what is your self-talk like?
Money comes to me easily and effortlessly. I have plenty of money. Just like,
Okay, so you're saying, but here's the thing. When you're not saying affirmations, what are you saying about money? Because what I do know is what do you say when you having those impromptu conversations, like when your girlfriend, you and your family get together and people get to talking about money? What's your conversation then?
Money.
Are you still complaining about it? Are you still talking about how you don't have enough? Are you like, yeah, you right. Yeah, inflation is something else. Yeah, they don't play us enough. You right. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, my this cost too much. Yeah, I don't know why they went up on my rent. Yeah, that car note. Yeah, do you get in those type of conversations about money? About the struggle of money?
Trying not to. I used to a lot, but I'm trying not to now.
Trying. It's trying doing. It's trying being. Because the question is, you're either having a conversation or you're not. Are you having those conversations? Because you gotta be honest with yourself, right? So that's why there's a struggle there, right? Because you're affirming it, but you're not being it. So this is where the script says, you honor me with your lips, but your heart is far from me. You don't really believe that you deserve it. So your body is like, you right, you don't. So that's why it has to be soft with it. You got to be soft with it. You got to be, it's a light touch. It's a surrender. It's not a force. It's not a push. It's not a pull. So the body, yes, is resisting you. And you have to, it's just like when I give the analogy of going to get a shot, or especially if you don't like needles, right? You know, the reason why the nurse talks to you, so you're not aware that the needle was going in, right? So then when you get the shot, you're like, dang. But if you're paying attention, what happens when you're paying attention to watch that needle go in your arm? Your body tenses up, right? You bracing yourself. That makes it hurt. So what are you doing when you're talking about money? You're bracing yourself. You're tensing up.
But I thought feelings
so the best way we've discovered through study, when you want to change a new belief, is to do it right before sleep. Right before sleep, because that's when that reasoning mind that wants to argue is at abeyance, and that's when your body is most at rest, because you're about to go to sleep. And you know there's no tension in sleep, right?
Right.
The body don't ache in sleep.
But I thought that feelings and emotions don't matter though, when you're speaking in your favor.
They don't, but you say that they do. This whole conversation is about, because you're saying your body is reacting to your mind, to your thoughts. Yeah, I mean you're agreeing with the body. You're saying, yeah, my body is doesn't feel safe, and the body is like, you're right, I don't feel safe. But maybe if you talk to the body and say, you know what, body, it's okay, all is well. Don't even talk about money. Just talk about all being well.
Right.
That all is well. That I'm well. And let the money, because here's the thing, this is what the script says. When you seek first the kingdom of God, of your good, and all of your righteousness, which is all of right thinking, all the things get added. And what's the thing? The money. So when you love yourself, when you're easy with yourself, when you experience joy and peace and love, and if the thought of money is bringing tenseness, well, that's not the kingdom of your good. You're seeking things and not God.
Right. Okay.
So if you put the focus on the good and let the thing go, the thing has to show up. Because it's impossible to be in the kingdom of your good and suffer lack. They don't go together.
Okay.
So your focus should be joy, peace, love, ease, security, safety, compassion.
And that's what they meant by all things will be added unto you.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
Yep. Did you want to say something, Kevin?
Yeah, you said it already.
Oh.
So at nighttime, the nighttime, you're saying to do this at nighttime. Are you saying that at nighttime is when you should have these thoughts and things?
Just
What
before you fall
exactly?
asleep.
Yeah.
Just before you
What
go to sleep.
exactly are you thinking just before you fall asleep? Thinking about
the best thing that as Philippians 4 and it says, whatever things are lovely, whatever thing is true. whatever thing is noble, whatever thing is just, whatever thing is a good report or praiseworthy, honest. Think on these things. Think on whatever is good. So I
But
love
when
my
the
life.
but
I
when the
appreciate my life. I'm so glad that I'm safe and warm, and I'm glad I have this beautiful bed to lay in, covers to snuggle in. It's such an amazing day. Today was a beautiful day, and tomorrow will be just as great. Like, go to bed with the lovely thoughts on your mind. How
Authentically
you want your
grateful.
life to be. Yes, appreciation. Because appreciation brings expansion, right? When you appreciate, that's when you talk about a house appreciates what is add value, right? Value has been added to it. So when you appreciate your life, you're adding value to it. Not that you can add value to life, right? Because life just is, and life already has its own value. But you're going to appreciate it, which means you're going to expand in consciousness regarding it. Because that's the whole point of our experience, is to expand in consciousness. You don't add to consciousness. You can't multiply it. You can't take away from it. You can't divide it, but you can appreciate it.
Okay, so our experience is to expand in consciousness. Hmm.
Appreciate your life as you drift off to sleep. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, you wanna
What?
learn to see with your awareness, not with your eyes. Let me give you an example of that. Let's say you had a bank account. You had a checking account in which you pay all your bills out of that checking account. And you look in the checking account and it didn't say $0. It said negative something,
Mm.
right? If it sounds like
Mhm.
I'm coming down your street, it's because I am.
Definitely coming down my street. Ooh, Jesus. That's right where I'm at right now. Like,
You know what I was saying in my mind, Kevin? I don't know nothing
What's
about that,
that?
but go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. You don't need to know. Trust me, you don't need to know. So the negative, whatever it
mhm.
is an illusion. It's only reflecting your belief. It's only reflecting. So if you say, well, with my eyes, it says negative whatever. But with my awareness, it says $10,000. Why does it say $10,000 with my awareness? Because it's going to reflect whatever I believe. It's a law. It's a law, a universal or God law cannot be broken. It can only be confirmed. And this is my example. Y'all don't know whether you heard me say it or not. If you said to me, Kevin, I don't believe in the law of gravity. And I said, okay. And he said, no, it ain't okay. I'm going to get on top of this 5-story building and I'm going to jump so I can prove to you that that the law of gravity does not exist. I said, okay. And you get up on that building and you jump, setting out to prove the law of gravity doesn't work. Now, when you jump, you may break something, but it won't be the law of gravity. It can only be confirmed. A God law can only be confirmed. That negative balance can only exist if that's what you believe. If you believe you don't have enough, it has to reflect it. It has to. It's a law. If you believe I said, look, I don't care what this balance says. I'm looking at it with my awareness. It says $1 million. It has to reflect that. And you may say, well, Kevin, I don't know how it's going to say $1 million. I have no way of understanding how it's going to say $1 million. And you're supposed to say, great, because it's not your business. God don't need your help. He needs your faith.
Ooh, say that.
He's talking happy. God don't need your help. He needs your faith. Jesus said, thy faith have made you whole. Your faith made you whole. What did it make you whole in? Your finances, your health, your relationships.
Wait, whole is non-exclusive.
Yes,
Whole,
non-exclusive.
yeah,
Meaning
whole is everything.
whole is everything,
Lacking nothing.
lacking nothing. When you say, when you're living in a house full of stuff, from a bed to sleep in, the sheets to put on it, blanket, furniture to sit in, TV to look at, food in the cabinet, and you're thinking about lack, are you kidding me? Lacking what? There is no lack. There's no such thing as lack. You're sitting, you got clothes to put on. If you go to your closet and you say, I have no idea what to wear. I got so much stuff. I don't know whether to wear this shirt, this blouse, this pants. I don't know whether to put on these shoes or one or the other 50 pair of shoes that I got. You're in abundance. You are abundance. It's who you are. And you see with your awareness. When you're aware, when you don't, when you go to shopping and you go, people call that window shopping. You don't go to look at things you don't want or don't desire. You don't go into a furniture store looking at furniture where you had no desire to put furniture in your house. You don't go into a shoe store. Now, whether or not you got the money at the moment, that's not the point. You don't go look at things you don't want. Do you put your TV on a channel you're not interested in looking at? No. You always select something you have an interest in. Because that which you desire comes into being. Always. Always. And if it's something you don't prefer, you change what you prefer. Something comes in, you go, I don't want that. I don't like that. And you change your mind about it. That's what repenting means. To change your mind about a thing. It don't mean that thing was wrong. It just means it was wrong for you. Or you have no desire for that anymore. We are so powerful. It is my desire for you to recognize and understand how powerful you are, how great you are, how mighty you are. Because once you understand how mighty you are, you not only can move mountains, you're the mountain mover. There are no mountains to you. There are no mountains for you to climb, for you to move, for you to walk around. They don't exist. Not to you. Because what the mountain rests on, it rests on you. You are everything, and everything is you. All is mind.
Sing it, Toyia.
You know I'm amening back here. Keep preaching, bro.
I was saying it for my sister Noreen because I love her and I want to help her.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, we all have to start somewhere. In your journey, I'm so grateful that you're on your journey of discovering who you really are. That's all you're doing. You're learning to tap in to the you that is you. I call you Noreen because that's your physical name. But the real you, the most powerful you, the you that has no beginning and no ending, the you that is nameless, the you that is unstoppable.
Unstoppable.
There you go. The you that is amazing. The you that songs write about and sing about. They're singing about you.
Yeah, I make those kind of songs.
Yeah. The poetry, the beautiful poetry that people write about. They're writing about you.
Yep.
When the lamb lay next to the lion, they're lying down before your greatness. It's you. It's always been you. You're just remembering who you are. Why does that negative keep cropping up? Because of the program in this 3D world. That's what's keep coming back. I'm glad it does because it's going to teach you your dominance over those things. You are completely dumb. Those things are there to help remind you that you dominate them.
Yeah, we
I
give too
just
much
want
significance to things that don't matter. Because at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter if you have money or not. You just make it matter. And since you made it
Yes,
matter so much, that's why you have a resistance there. Because at the end of
right.
the day, it doesn't really matter if you have it or not. But since you think
to
that it matters, it does.
Hmm.
Nothing matters until you give it matter.
so I just want to give a shout out to my homeboy Cav. You said window shopping. What I seen was my imagination window shopping every night before I go to sleep. Which one am I
Mm.
going to choose today?
There you
What
go.
clothes? What experience? Right? And then you hit me again when you talked about confirmation. Right? At first, my mind went to like relationships. What you accept when somebody that's courting you or who you reject. Right? You can accept or reject your experience. But then acceptance and rejection went back to what T was talking about earlier. The mind, right? In the 3D, that's where the mind has been. The 3D experience where the mind has been, right? And then the mind, right? That is where the mind is going. But here's my question. Which one are you emotionally attached to? Are your emotions triggered by where the mind has been, or are your emotions triggered by where the mind is going?
That's deep.
And that's what I'm finding out is the issue for most. Most people's emotions are still triggered from what's in front of them in the 3D experience. They're not allowing their emotions to be triggered in where their mind is going, so it's difficult for them to live in the end.
That's
That's
why the
why I
Bible
said,
tells you to master your emotions, right? The water
yep.
represents the emotions in the script, right? Whenever there was turbulence, that means your emotions was all over the place. And that's what the Christ said to say, peace, be still. Because I'm going to say it again and again, your emotions don't matter. They only matter if you make them matter. The word is God. The word is God. Emotions are a byproduct of what you accept to be true about you, right? So you're going to naturally feel good about something that you want to happen and that you expect to happen, that you have accepted can happen. The emotions come up and bring turbulence when what? There's doubt there. There's fear there. When you believe that there's something that can oppose your good. But guess what? Nothing opposes your good because nothing can oppose God. There is no force against God, against good. But guess what? You can create the reality of it. That's just how powerful you are.
Amen. Go
I
right
see it.
there.
I see emotions as just simply confirmations of what, I internally believe. But, just like, a musical scale note, I could choose what I can believe, therefore I can call upon whatever emotions I need to. The emotions just signify, hey, David, this is where you potentially need to adjust. But I don't have to believe in this negative emotion that I'm experiencing. I could choose to believe something else. So I mentally reframe it. And then I window shop.
You always have a choice.
Yep.
Always. It's always choose this day. Are you going to eat off the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Or are you going to choose life and know that there's only good, there's only God, there's only I am? That there is nothing opposing you ever. Your world is always supporting you, always. Whether it be
That
good, whether you call it good, bad, or ugly, whether you call it right or wrong, whether you call it positive or negative, it doesn't matter what you call it, because as God told Adam, whatever you call it, that's what it should be called. Gonna bring the animals before you, and you get to call it whatever you decide. What are
that's
you
it.
calling it?
That part. That part.
And God called it good. So are you Adam or are you God? What state are you operating in? Are you operating in an Adam state who operates from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Or are you operating from the God state that only knows good?
What did God call the thing after he made it? He called it good. Go
He
back to
said it was good.
yeah, the first chapter of Genesis. When he created, after he created, he said this is good. What are you calling good?
So basically, you just be God in relation to everything you want.
You are God in relationship to everything you want.
Because I just want to wake up and be like, I'm going to Cancun today. I'm going to Paris today. I want to, just have that freedom,
You have it.
without
You
any
already. You
worries.
just need to be aware that you have it.
Right.
Never God has said, when Abdul was telling Never God, you're already in Barbados. When he showed up at his door, knocking on his door, he said, you're in Barbados, and closed the door. That's it. There's nothing to discuss. You have what you say you have. The physical don't matter. The physical always a law. It has to reflect your thoughts about it.
You're right. Yep.
Always. You can only confirm that. You cannot break it.
Yeah,
So
we have to understand that everything happens in a natural way, right? Everything happens in a natural way. That's why the world would say, well, that would have happened anyway. You tell somebody, oh, I manifested that, and then they see what took place, they're going to say the action was the cause, but you know that your mind was. But the world only looks from appearances, right? So this is where he talks about feeling is the secret. He's not talking about emotions. He's talking about the naturalness of it. Is it natural for you to wake up and say, "Oh, I'm going to Cancun today"? Does that feel natural? Does that feel weird or out of place or abnormal to say, "Oh yeah, I'm waking up today and I'm going to Paris"? Oh yeah, I'm waking up today and I'm going to. Does that really feel natural to you? Because you need to make that natural to you. Like, this is my everyday life. This is regular, degular. Ain't nothing special about me talking about going to Cancun today. Nothing special about me talking about going to Paris today. Like, this is my life.
come on now, y'all on
This is
fire
my
today.
life. Go ahead, D Rich.
Y'all on fire today. Come on, I would like to help her with the Paris, right? Okay, I'm gonna use my truck as an example. So I previously had a Cadillac Escalade, but I wanted an all black truck. My Cadillac Escalade at the time was pearl white. I wanted an all black pickup truck, right? And I had a food trailer. But
Cut
when
my
the
life
Tesla,
into pieces. This is my last resort.
whenever I attached the Cadillac to the food trailer, I wasn't driving the Cadillac. I was driving the black pickup truck, right? So for me, my wife wants to go to Paris. There's a special place in town that has a tower, and every time I pass that tower or that building, I'm like, oh, I just passed off a tower again. Do you see the building of the Eiffel Tower? For me, that helps me. This is my technique. Yes, I imagine before I go to sleep, but when I pass the tower, I'm already, even though I'm in Columbia, South Carolina, in the 3D, when I pass that building, I'm in France.
So what is this? This is that scripture
That's
that
how
you
it works.
read earlier, Noreen.
Mm-hmm.
In my Father's house are many mansions, are many states
Right.
of consciousness. I
Right.
go to prepare. He's preparing a place. He's in his mind, his consciousness. His I am is in Paris.
Right.
If I go to prepare this place, I got to come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there you may be also. So he already in Paris. The body must now follow the mind. Does he concern himself how he gonna get to Paris? Nope. How
Right.
he get to Paris
Okay.
ain't none of his business.
None.
So if
When I
I
kid,
go ahead, go ahead.
I was gonna say this. I don't know if you have any children, right?
No,
But
I
when our
don't.
children ask the parents, okay, for me, I have kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
My kids ask me for something. My kids don't think about how did my daddy get this for me. It's not a thought in their head. They don't think about how the food showed up. They don't think about what's for eat tonight. They don't think about how the only thing they say is, you know what, Daddy? I like them Jordans in the color white. Can I get a new iPad? I want to go out with my friends tonight. Can I go? The request. My daughter has a job, just hit me up for $20 yesterday.
Destination, not logistics.
Yeah.
Be
So
there.
hopefully that helps.
It's
You
true.
know,
Right. So
but
if I so me thinking in my favor regarding, like, let's say I want to go to Cancun and I'm thinking in my favor regarding that, then my awareness is already on there. So I'm there, is what
Mm-hmm.
you're saying.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, like for instance, I'll tell you a quick little story how this year when I was working my job that I had, yeah, I may have been making a lot of money, but I couldn't save any money because I had some medical challenges and I had to pay out cash to see the holistic doctor. So all that money that I could have been saving, I wasn't able to save because I had to pay for that. But in my mind, I would be like, man, Jamaica. I wish I could be in Jamaica. I'm already in Jamaica. Jamaica is my favorite place to be. I love it. And so I have a friend who actually went to school with many years ago. We've friends 20 plus years now. And she's Jamaican, lives in New York. Do you know that this individual called me now? Remember, I don't have a lot of money. I didn't even, I just will go on Instagram and look at the beaches and all the beautiful beaches and the places, and I'll envision myself already there. She calls me and say, hey, let's go to Jamaica. All you got to do is pay for the ticket to get there. What? Now, the ticket to get there is only, like, from where I live, about $300. But to get to Jamaica now, she has friends who have Airbnb there and car rentals, so that they just give her a car and give her whatever she needs. And here I am coming along, and I don't even have the money to be in anywhere of these places. And we're doing this, doing that, going here, going there. Now, ask me how many times I went to Jamaica. This year, I got to go to Jamaica 2 times, and I got to go to a place where I've been dreaming about going for years. I got to go to Bermuda.
Yes. Woo!
And then when I think back about it, I was like, yeah, I kept looking at all those beaches every time. So I understand what he's saying when he's saying that he passed by this tower and envisioned himself already there, because that's half the part right there. If he could do that, for however that looks like for you, because for me, I'm obsessed with a beach. I'm obsessed with a blue beach, nice water, nice and warm, all that kind of stuff like that. So when I see it on Instagram, I just imagine myself already being there. And so not only did I get to go to those two places twice, I also got to go to Bermuda, and let me tell you, baby, it is a beautiful that beach that they have over there. It is the most beautiful beach that I have ever been to, and I've been to a lot of places, even in Africa. I've been out there in Kenya and Tanzania and all that stuff like that because I love traveling. That's one of my that's one of when I was a child, I always used to say, I just want to travel the world, and so yeah, here I am with the least. I'm making all this money, but still don't have enough to do anything, but then still get to do everything. Like, how does that happen? Even like right now, supposedly, I don't have a job. I'm not working. I'm listening to y'all about this bank account thing, and I'm like, oh, that's what I need to be doing because that's my resistance. Like I keep looking at the account, I keep looking at all the bills, and it's running low, and it's like scary. Like, oh man, like what are we gonna do come January? That's literally where I'm at right now. And
That's my point. That's my point for sharing with you what I want to share with you
mm-hmm,
because you don't need a job to
mm-hmm,
be you.
mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm
The,
hearing, I'm listening.
the reason
Now I
all
have to do. Me
I
and
don't want
Nori
to work a
need to
nine to
apply.
five anymore.
yeah, all those things that showed up in your life, whether
Mm-hmm.
you had money
I
or
know.
whatever,
Mm-hmm.
you can only confirm the law. You cannot break it. You will not be the first one to ever break that law. It'll never happen.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you desire must absolutely come to pass.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and it's coming to pass.
Well,
Even with the
there's
guy that
nothing
we
to
were
worry
talking
about.
about.
There's
Nothing to worry
nothing to worry about.
about. No.
There's nothing to figure out. You don't have to say, you don't have to figure out how it's going to happen. Like I said, God don't need your help.
Oh, yeah.
He
It
just
just sounds so like what she's like what Nori's saying, just to wrap your mind
well,
around
your mind is not supposed to be
to
able
be
to wrap around it.
Hold
okay.
on, hold on,
Your
hold on, hold on, hold on.
3D is not built that way.
Hold on, hold on. You need to unwrap your mind. Your mind has been wrapped. That's the thing. You got to
Mm,
unwrap it. So
unwrap
now
it.
you can
Okay.
see what you should see.
See what you're
I
around.
just need to surrender it and let it be, let it
Amen.
happen.
Amen.
And
That's it.
let it show me exactly how it's going to manifest itself and work its own self out
Now you're
without me
preaching.
trying to um do
Now
anything
you're
or
preaching. Yep. Now you're
go
preaching.
anywhere or ask anyone.
Yep.
So this
But
is
how
it's
does
crazy.
but how does a person do that when they're facing like really insurmountable circumstances? Like say for instance someone is
Hold on.
facing eviction and you're telling them, "Oh, well just surrender." Like they're going to look at you like, "What do you mean? Like I'm about to be put out in the next 3 days and you're telling
Because
me to just surrender?"
yes,
Actually,
because
actually,
it.
there's one guy not about
Mhm.
6 months ago. He was on my live. I think when I was doing the whole deconstructing thing, and he gave us a he was in a he was he had made a whole lot of money, and he was like his family wasn't really supportive, and he was like really into the money, and something happened where that kind of went away, and he had just moved into his apartment. It was new, it was what he wanted, but he didn't have the money coming in. And I think he got in a car accident. The car accident. So the car accident is what caused him not to be able to make the amount of money that he was making. And then he realized that his friends and his family was only around him because he was making all of this money. And so when he got into that situation and he had just signed a new lease, he said every day he just meditated on being in his apartment every day, looking outside, being in his mind, and just really changing his mindset regarding where he was. He spent the whole year in that apartment and didn't pay a dime.
What? Wow. See, and that's exactly where I'm at. Like I called an old friend. I used to rent a condo from him years ago when I worked for him. So he knows my work ethics and he knows. I called him randomly because, of course, now I used to live in the dorm. So now for 15 years or how many years I've been building that career. So now I'm having to look for housing. And I called him and he goes, actually, yeah, matter of fact, the condo is available right now. If you want to call my agent and blah, blah, blah. So here I was like thinking, Okay, well, I'm gonna call your agent as soon as I get a job, so where I know where I could pay for the apartment. But now having this conversation with you guys, it's like, no, you call the agent right now, and then you go and look at that apartment, and you envision yourself living in that apartment every night, and you don't worry about how, when, where, and I know it's like I hear your question, but I'm actually right here. This is exactly where I'm at in my life. I'm literally there. Like I'm literally should be basically sleeping in my car probably, which I'm leasing, and that's a whole nother story there, that I'm leasing the car, so it has only a certain amount of miles that you can go and all kind of stuff. I just discovered that the registration is not even I didn't even register the car, and it needs an oil change and all this stuff, and I'm looking at the bills. I am exactly right where we're talking about right now. And it's like this today, I did not run into this, to you all, into this whole thing on accident. This is part of it, so that I can get my mindset where it needs to be, so that I can be able to, like how she's saying, at nighttime manifest this thing, and then it's going to show me. And then once you get it to where it actually happens, then it will become easier and easier and easier for you to manifest things, because you already know, well, it happened before, it's going to happen again and again and again and again, and I'm not going to worry about how, who, when, where, what, you know. I'm just going to simply just move accordingly. I'm going to do my part. Yeah, I'm going to fill out the application. I'm going to do the calls and do this and that. But I'm not going to worry about, and I know that it is hard. It's incredibly hard to sit here. But I have been saying from day one that the car that I drive, I drive a Lexus NX, either 2 or 350, one of those. It's very, very, very beautiful. I mean, that car is beautiful. No matter where I go, people are like, your car is beautiful. Like, they be looking at me like, who are you? What did you do? And I've been saying from day one, this is my car. Like, are you going to continue leasing it, or are you going to buy it? I don't know. Even the car itself, I don't have the score credit to even be in that car in the first place. I went to that dealership just looking, just to see, because I got into an accident with my car that was already paid off for. I already had paid it off, and I only was in it 3 months. Boom, got into a car accident, total. I just went looking. I wasn't thinking any big deal. Let me just look. That man came back and said, my boss never approves this like this, but he approved it for you. And I'm like, what? Okay. And when I tell you this, I love this car. I love this car. And I've been saying since then, this is my car. I don't care. No matter what happens, this is my car. And I'm still saying that this is my car. That is my car.
This is my car. My bills are paid.
That's right. This is my car.
My account runs over. The thing is, we have to apply this law to every area of our life. It seems like we want to compartmentalize. Like, oh yeah, I can do that for my best friend, but I can't do that for my boyfriend. Oh, I can do that for the beaches I want to be on, but I can't do that for the bills I have to pay. I can do it for this car I want, but I can't do it for that account that I. No, it's the same application. It's the same.
Exactly. Yes, and I like how you pinpointed it and get on my neck, because yes, absolutely. And it's like, that's what I'm recognizing and realizing, that it is the same thing, the same work that I did with my friend and all of that. There's the same work, that in the same mentality and the same process that you need to now go through with everything. Is it going to be this guy? Maybe, maybe not. But you know that the guy that you want, he's coming. It's period. And don't think like, oh, well, I don't know. And, the going back and forth and changing your mind. The Bible says that reprobate mind, but the back and forth, it got to be one or the other. And then you have to stand still in that.
Yeah, it tells you the carnal mind is at enmity with the Christ mind, right? What's the carnal mind? The 5 senses. People want to call it the ego. I don't get into that old ego talk, because the 5 senses are here to experience the manifestation. So why do I don't need to kill off the ego or the 5 senses. I just need to put them in their place. You don't create anything, you experience the creation. That's the point of the 5 senses, is to experience the creation. It doesn't manifest a thing.
Mm.
The mind is the
The
creator.
mind
The
is the
creative
creator.
power in man is the mind.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Imagination is God.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Let patience have its which is perseverance has its perfect work. You're not persevering. You're being
Mm.
impatient. Let
Mm-hmm.
perseverance have its so it can be complete and entire and you lack no good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Stop trying to tell God how to be God and let God be God. And let your
Mm-hmm.
character experience the works of God. See, this is another
Mm.
script that the Bible says, what Paul says. Being confident of this very thing, that
Mm.
he that has begun a good work in you
Amen.
is able to perform it at the day of Jesus Christ. Well, who is Jesus Christ? I am the wisdom of God. That's who Christ is, the wisdom, power, and wisdom of God. Jesus is the I am. Well, are you confident that the I am, the wisdom of God, the power, is able to perform the thing that you asked it to do?
Mm-hmm.
Are you confident in that? Well, you need
Mm-hmm.
to be confident in that.
That's where I need, yeah, and that's what I'm doing. Being confident in that. And every time that, because it comes up more and more often than not, just because that's where you're at. So it's gonna keep coming up in your mind to doubt. Keep coming up in your mind to try to come up with a solution. Like, well, I can just apply for a loan and that will cover all the bills and then I'll be okay for the month. But then that's going against what we're saying. And so it's like with everything, like how you're saying, this needs to be applied in all areas. Like this young man, I desire this young man. I never could imagine somebody so fine coming up to me. Like me? I've always wanted a fit man. Like, and I always felt like, oh, I could never get one of those. I have to go to the gym. I have to do this. I have to do that and get fit myself so that he can see me. No, this man goes to the gym every day and he looks beautiful going and coming. If y'all know what I'm putting down. And so it's like me. Yes, you're the one that you created this. This is what you said that you want. So here it is delivered to you. Now what you going to do with that? And so I'm learning.
I said in the chat earlier, and I when I was listening to you talk, I think you said something powerful. How you used to speak about money, about lasting to the end of the month. So I want to share with you guys, what I recognized. Right. I always said if you want to know what a person believes, listen to the stories that they tell on repeat in their common phrases. Right. And
Mm,
so for me, when I talked about money, in my past version of myself, I grew up in poverty, right? And then
mm-hmm.
I grew up with the hustle and bustle. And I used to always say this phrase, right? As long as I can break even, as long as I can make it to the end of the month, I can recreate it next month. I can break even again, right? But then in my mid 20s, I was like, and I've had success, highs and lows with money, right? But then I look back, it's like, why am I always breaking even? It's
Mm,
crazy work, right? And I was like, money's gonna randomly pop up. That was my new phrase. That's popping up for me. It's gonna make a way. Then I looked around, and then it dawned on me. It's like, yo, I always get every 1 or 2 years these $15,000, $20,000 deposits, like clockwork. Sometimes it's two, sometimes it's one, sometimes it's three, right? But when I go back and look at the repeating pattern, it was just randomly popping up. Now I have a jingle, right? I got money coming from everywhere, to me from everywhere. That's my constant phrase when I talk about money. Earlier, when I was how I'm talking about the story today, I had money coming in my cash app. I wasn't looking for that money today, but let me tell you what I went to sleep with last night. Money coming to me from everywhere. When I wake up, when I walk through the day, money coming through from everywhere. When people look at me, I be like, I know I'm fine. I know I got
mm,
swag, even if they don't believe it. I know I'm money. I know I look like money. When people ask me why I stay in my home city and I tell them, they'll be like, oh, rich people stay out there. I'm like, yeah,
Your name is
yes,
D Rich for a reason.
yes, yes, right? Whether it's here right now or not is none of my concern. I have too many times where, like Kevin said, don't worry about what God does. Let the Father be the Father. How it's always come up. How it's always showed up. right? What I do is I just decide to be a good steward in it, and however stewardship looks that way. And there may be one season of life I may blow it. I'm a baller. There may be another season of life I invest it. There may be another season of life where I come up with a hybrid system where I put, the money in some budgeting system, let it go on auto pay, and the rest of it, I blow it. However that looks for you. But here's the thing, it's always going to show up. And then my last example, have you guys all ever noticed that someone who always needs to borrow money always receives it? There could be somebody in your life, everybody got that family member, but like, yo, you always asking me for money. Okay, you always giving it. And if you don't give it, the auntie give it. Auntie don't give it, the grandma give it.
Ask, you shall receive.
Wow.
Yep.
That's what they believe.
It's
They go
supposed
blow it,
Yep.
right? Because they know somebody's going to take care of them. So my question to any of you is, do you believe God going to take care of you?
Wow, come on.
That's it.
Clothes like lily.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Clothes
was
like
reading this
lilies in the
quote from Neville
field.
Goddard. He said, "Abundance is a gift from you to you." When the moment he said,
Wow.
make it only becomes complicated when you make it complicated. Make it simple. It only becomes complicated when you make it complicated. Your abundance is a gift from you to you.
Give it to yourself.
Receive the blessing. Are you
How
going
many?
to the
It's
blessing?
all clicking for me now, especially when it comes to the finances, because I got it down pack when it comes to relationships. Like once it clicked for me, like it was a wrap, and everything changed with that. But now, like with the finances, it's definitely clicking now. So
I was
I
just going to say,
appreciate it.
what's your relationship with do you date yourself? When
Do
I
I
say,
date myself?
yeah, just anybody in the audience, period. Like, think about what I'm saying, right? Most people like, okay, if I want to do something nice for my wife, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna go pick this restaurant, or I'm a chef, I cook. I'm gonna cook this meal for her. I'm gonna bring these flowers for her, right? But then I had to look and say, David, when's the last time you took yourself out on a date? When's the last time you bought yourself something, right? And then it was like, okay, then I started to analyze my mind. When I'm thinking about others, how am I thinking of them? When I think about myself, how am I thinking for myself? I noticed a pattern in the past. I will always, as a man, take care of my wife, my kids. I would sacrifice myself. That had to change because I wasn't dating myself. I had to take care of myself like I took care of my family. We don't have to make this some mystical, like crazy, thing that is not obtainable, right? How are you treating yourself? And the world shall reflect that back to you.
Yep.
If you criticize yourself in your mind, you can't be shocked when you meet somebody else that criticizes you. And you know what the person who criticizes their mouth normally say? Well, there's no harsher critic, that anybody can be as harsh as I am to myself. Why are you being so harsh on yourself?
That part. Yep. We gotta let go of the struggle. We gotta let go of the struggle. We want the gold
Don't
Olympics.
identify with it.
The struggle Olympics. We want the gold medal in the struggle Olympics. And like I say, I'm like the Wiz. Come on in, ease on down the road. Don't you carry nothing that might be a load. Come on in, ease on down the road. Get off.
Is that the one with Michael Jackson in it? Huh?
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
Diana Ross. Yep.
Yep. Or just simply follow the yellow brick road. No worries. No, just like in the
Hakuna
movie.
Matata.
Yeah, all of that stuff.
What
They've been telling
helps
us.
me?
They've been telling us the entire time.
It means no worry for the rest of your day.
That's right.
It's our
No
problem
problem free. That's not our problem.
philosophy. Hakuna
Matata.
Yep.
You know my favorite?
Worry.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Come on now. Every time
Little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong. Yeah.
Yes, Jesus loves me. Come on now. I'm telling you.
I'll put it in a song. And my music gonna be household too. Y'all gonna be quoting my songs.
I know
I'm
that's right.
Putting it out there.
Yes. He got some bangers. He let
I
us.
can't
Of
wait.
course.
Yeah. So this is very encouraging for me. It's taking me to another place where a whole nother realm where I didn't even know existed. And I'm learning a lot. And sometimes you have to be pushed out so that you can put into practice all the things that you're saying that you want, that you believe in, that you say that you deserve. Just like he's saying, I've spent a lot of time by myself, and so I started implementing that. Like, I started taking myself out on dates. I don't wait for a man to take me out. I buy myself flowers. I don't wait for someone to buy me flowers or do anything. If I see something that I like, and I just get it for myself, because I'm not gonna wait, and I deserve it. And so, like, it's true what you're saying, that how you treat yourself and your mindset is exactly how other people are gonna treat you. And you realize that, wow, they're doing exactly what I would do for myself and for anybody else, because that's already who I am. So they really do reflect exactly what your heart is and what it looks like.
I mean, think about celebrities, for instance. Like, they are treated like gold. They have so many people who love them, that'll do anything for them. And they're no different than us, you know?
That's right.
So what I used to tell myself, that I need to start back telling myself, is that life wants to love you. Everybody wants to love you. Everybody does love you. Money loves you. People love you. Your friends love you. You love you. And when I used to tell myself that, like, I would see that change, like, instantly. So yeah.
That's the practicality of it. It all starts in the mind. It's what you say about yourself. How you change yourself is how you talk to yourself. The inner
Yeah.
conversation. That's where the change begins. Your self concept is everything. What we call now the identity shift. How do you identify? And I know a lot of people would say, well, don't identify with this. You're the observer. You're not this. This is what I know. This is what the script says. It didn't say, who are you not? What is the script? What is the question? Who do you say that I am? Too many people worry about what they're not as opposed to who they are. Get to know who you are. Stop talking about what you're not. What you're not doesn't even matter. It's who do you say that I am that matters. Because whatever you attach to that I am, that's what you will be.
Right.
Yeah.
Attach yourself to the abundance, the peace, the joy, the love. That's what you identify. That's who you say that you are. I am love. I am God. I am good. I am great. Whatever you think about God, think about you. Because you and your Father are one. There is no separation.
No separation within.
Consciousness is dreaming you. If you can understand that this is a dream and no one exists other than you in this reality, and the world is literally at your command. That's a great book to read by Neville Goddard, At Your Command. Understanding that it is whatever you say it is. And you just have to what? Be faithful to your saying. Here's the thing. Your word is your bond, regardless if you know that or not. You are bound by the word of your mouth. Because for every idle word, man shall give an account. So let your yes be yes, and let your no be no, even though there's no such thing as no in consciousness. Consciousness only knows yes, because it only knows what you give your attention to. So what are you giving your attention to? The power of awareness. Be aware of where your mind is, where your awareness is, because that's what you'll see in your reality.
So y'all ready for another song I just recorded?
You got another song? Okay, you can close us out with the song, then I'm gonna close out the live.
All right, this one called Trust You.
Trust you.
Yeah. Yeah, we at it again. Yeah. I I will have peace and prosperity, focused in perception, infinite moments of clarity. I will get everything that was promised to me. The truth was never hidden, now it's plain for me to see. I will conquer my enemies, master my energies, master communication, metaphors and similes, mastering the arts. I alchemize my chemistry, balancing the scales of the heart. I had to heal me. When my back was against the wall, I didn't know who I could call. You've been with me through it all. I will. I looked around and no one was there. I shouted loud, but it seemed like no one would care. Preaching to the crowd, but it seeming like nobody wanna hear. They giving up on faith and choosing fear. Can't let Jesus take the wheel if you still choosing to steer. The arm of God come in clutch, don't get caught missing your gear. I wear the sword of the spirit with precision, perfectly powerful, protected by his provision. What he multiplied, no division. When my back was against the wall, I didn't know who I could call. You've been with me through it all. I will trust in you for all you can do. I will trust in you for all you can do. Yeah. I will trust in you for all you can do. I can trust in you for all you can do.
All right now. All right.
Toyia, what was the name of the Neville Goddard book? The last one you just said?
The Power of Awareness.
Oh, there it is. I see it there. Thank you. The Power
That
of
was
Awareness.
beautiful. He always bring the heat. He always bring the heat. That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love that.
Blessings. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Yes, yes. So, this is your reality. You're living out your story. Always write it first person, present tense, and be aware of what you're writing, because the story you're writing is the story you're living, and you get whatever you say. So what do you say? Just know that the voice of God, the ear of God, is always listening, never sleeps nor slumbers, and is always ready to serve it up on a platter. Say, this is what you've been asking. He said, I didn't ask for that. Oh, but you did. How did I ask for that? Your attention. Whatever you think about, you bring about. Whatever you talk about comes true for you. That is the sap of life. Your attention to a thing resurrects it in your world, in your reality. Your attention. So if you're giving your attention to difficulty, to hardship, to struggle, to strain, to sacrifice, to compromise, that's exactly what you're going to experience. But if you choose ease, love, beauty, and talk to yourself, right? The script says, commune with thy own self upon thy bed and be still. What is communion? A conversation. I talk to myself because there is no one to talk to. People ask me why I do what I do. I gotta talk to yourself. So when your body don't want to behave, you gotta talk to it. Treat it with love. Treat it with care. Care about what you think. All right? But don't put too much, make it so unserious. You got to take the seriousness out of life. We got to learn how to be happy and full of joy and love and lightness, right? Because don't none of this shit mean anything. There's no one judging you. There's nothing after this life. There's only life. There's only life. So ain't no, oh, when this happened, when it ain't no when. It's only now. There's only now. And then there's now. And then now again, and then now, and then now. It's always only now. It's only now. That's all you ever have is now. You'll never have any other moment or time other than now. Now is the kingdom of your good at hand. Repent, repent. Change your mind. Change your mind. Yes, yes. Be like a child. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, panel. I enjoyed everyone. Appreciate you all. Thank you. Everyone brought something to the table, and we ate good. Come on in where the table is spread. Hey. And the
Oh, the
feast
feast
of
of
the
the Lord is going on. Joy is here. And the temple is burning up.
Hey, yes. We ate, y'all. We ate good. We full, y'all. We full in the spirit, y'all. We ate good.
My bad.
Yes, yes. Thank you
Thank
guys.
you.
See you guys Wednesday.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.